Forgot to bring back the microphone. Okay. So I think maybe Tim's got the assets done. Basically, what I've sort of been working on a bit between this stream and the last one is basically trying to get the world to disappear and then show up. Right, so if I hit play, we see it for a second, then it shows up, then it disappears. And if I move 2 tiles in that direction, it will show the 3 kind of neighboring tiles. When you actually move across. Now I'm trying to fix the issue that you're about to see here. You see, the cube moves to the right when I move to the left. I don't want that. I want this movement to be mirrored, but I don't want this movement, right? Now, there's a few ways I could do that. What I think I might do is because it's this particular one that I kind of need to deal with. I don't think this will work. I could simply just go in and say, okay, well, negate hang on. Couldn't I do that to invert it instead and then just pass in the correct values here? I think I could. Okay, move forward. We'll see what happens here. That's correct. Let's try forward, then left. Thing is, though, I think that's gonna get negated as well. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we... Because that and this would end up being negated, meaning that would become positive x, which is in that direction. But if I just give it that there and then negate there, I think it will be correct. If I'm not entirely wrong, which I could be. Yes. That's awesome. And just gonna make sure every direction works. Yep. Awesome. We got that working properly. We are revealing those. To be honest, like, it doesn't feel like it, but I think we're actually kind of close to the majority of the gameplay itself being done. Which is interesting. Hmm. I mean, there's still obviously a lot that I have to implement, especially once I get Tim's assets. There's some stuff. Like the swinging axe and obviously puzzles and that sort of stuff. But so far, it's actually looking kind of good. Now, that's not supposed to happen. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll see. It's not a big deal if there's some wonkiness right now, because we can polish that later. Um, the annoying thing right now is that you kind of have to manually build out these levels. By basically just duplicating the row and then just moving it across. So like if I wanted this to be... Now the good thing is this should be automatically picked up by the code. Of course. Move there and then move over. Yes. It was. Awesome. Now I do think we need like one more row. And so like the way you would effectively build out these levels is, let's actually try and see what happens if I remove these particular tiles. Will it sort of still work? No, it won't, because it's trying to access something that doesn't exist in 136. Which is there, because it's trying to hide the tile. If tile data is null, just bail out. Don't do anything. Okay. Let's do that. And we hit a null. I think. Yes, we do. Online 125. Yeah, because we will never assign anything. If tile data is null, fail. Anywhere else we have to do that? No. Because basically each tile, even if there's no entity there, it will still have a Megathlon. Thank you so much for following. Even if there's no entity here, it will still have tile data there. So we do kind of have to check for null and stuff like that. Mertkulek, thank you so much for following. Okay, so I mean, it managed to go over there somehow. Which shouldn't. Why didn't it fall through? I guess maybe we'd have to make this a tiny bit smaller in order for it to fit through. Or maybe it just ignores y velocity. Which, yeah, it would. Let's see what happens now. Okay, if you stop, you do fall off. But if I just move over, maybe I have to move over really quickly in order for it to skip over. No. As long as you actually move past it, you will skip over it, which is kind of not what we want. I mean, it's definitely not what we want. And that's because the target translation is going to be translation, it's going to include the Y. Crap. We don't really need the Y though. Not that. We could store this as a vector 2. Grab the XC. That would have to be updated. Vector 2 distance, translation XZ. That other thing. I'm sorry. Someone messed that up. Okay. Translation equals new vector 3. X translation Y. Target Z. No, Y. What's up? Hello?
Hey Peter, how you going? Okay, I have a question. So I'm ready to push the work that I've been doing.
Yep.
The play prefab crashes. That's the one with the animation. Do you want me to push it or not?
Do you
It seems
know
like it's a
where it...
cooking factory crash. Cooking factory crash
What?
on deserialization. So it's probably like a deserialization bug.
Yeah. It's happening in the editor, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um. Yeah. Go ahead and push that.
Push it. Okay.
I can see if I
Well,
can
cool.
fix that.
Right. Well then, yeah. I guess I've made everything, and I haven't changed your scene in any way.
Okay.
Hopefully. So yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully that should be okay.
Yeah, I imagine it will be. I've been making quite a few changes to it. But I'll be sure to not like try and merge the scene if there's been any changes. I may have to do like a
I think I made it.
manual.
Let me just double check, but yeah, no, the scene is not even in the div, so you're
Okay.
good.
Yeah. In that case, just go ahead and push it. And I
Wait, what's
can.
no. Just double checking that I didn't forget a floor tile. Okay, I didn't.
Because in that case, like, I can just have a look and see if I can fix that crash. Because, so I don't know. Well, like, do you know where it crashes exactly?
I think it's still got it. I don't have it up anymore. Well, it's 100% recreatable when you drag that prefab in.
Yeah.
But it was on something with deserialization. Something I'm also on that.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. I'll hopefully be able to fix that. I mean, it shouldn't be hard. Right now, I'm just trying to going through and trying to make sure that that the actual like replicated player can fall through a hole even if the sandbox player went over that tile, because currently that doesn't happen.
Right. Okay. Cool. Well, I think I'm basically done for today. I've pushed. Yeah,
Sounds cool.
I think I'm gonna head off.
All right, sounds good. Have a good night then.
Cool. All right.
And we'll
See you,
see.
Peter.
Yep, see ya.
Yeah, I'll be back. I think hopefully if everything goes right, 6.5 hours, 7 hours, so somewhere there.
Yeah, I'll probably still
Yeah.
be going by that point. So,
Okay. Cool.
all right,
And see you then.
see ya. Bye bye. Cool. Yeah, the crash counter is accurate, Tony. I slept between 4 a.m. My time and like, I think it was 11 or 12, like midday basically. It's when I slept. Let's see if we can get this working. That was forward. This needs to be XZ. Show neighboring tiles. Sure, take that in like so and do a Y. Okay. Now it compiles. Good. Because now it won't try to control the actual. Okay, that's not correct. Because it's probably not lerping correctly. Or there's something weird with the distance calculation. Which would suck. If we take a look at vector 3, what's... Yeah, -1, positive x, yep. So at least now it should move in the right direction. Oh, thank you so much, Tim, for the raid. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's lerping at all. Hopefully you have a good night, Tim. And I'll see you probably tomorrow. Well, tomorrow for you. Huge Axeman, thank you so much for following. This could be a distance thing. Possibly. Let's check what this actually returns. .9999999. Yeah. So it's definitely a distance thing. Thank you so much, Tim. See you later. All right. What's the difference between distance? Yeah, no, I think distance is correct. Mm. 0.999. Riaj. Why Wea? Sorry for mispronouncing that. Thank you so much for following. Yeah, let's just go back to using vector 3. Movement replicator. All good? Yeah. And we now lerp correctly. But, okay, so what would a good way of doing that be? Because I think the problem right now is that the player doesn't fall through because target translation basically is constantly setting the Y value. So let's see, it should be there and there, I think. Okay. Let's just do that. Let's actually move that back. So it's 3 forward and like 2 to the side. Let's take a look. Daxter, thank you so much for the follow. So what is it? Alt-C? Yeah. Yeah, you can see the... What? Okay. That's lagging like crazy. But yeah, it was over here, but it didn't fall through. And I think that's because the target translation was set. So we're basically forcibly controlling the Y. How do I get around that though? Could I just do something simple like float previous Y, translation Y, and then at the end, translation new vector 3, translation X, Y, Z, except we do previous Y. Could I just do this? That may have been too far though. Come on. Yes, it was. Let's go back, go over, and then go forward. Okay, that seems to have worked. Wait, 1, 2, 3, and then just do that. Because that way we actually have some speed. Okay. Seems good so far. Although I think it takes some time for it to like actually start falling. Yeah. Let's just crank up the mass drastically. Let's do that on both of these so at least they fall. Because that should effectively make it so it falls faster. Or we could just increase gravity as well. That's also a thing. There's no floating point imprecision shit going on. Yeah. The hell? So floating point imprecision as well as doesn't go through. Let's try changing gravity. See, this is the problem with not using physics-based movement. Yeah. And I'm wondering if that's, again, due to floating point imprecision. What I could do is freeze the physics position on the X and Z. That way, at least it won't change those via the physics system. Okay. Could try to snap the movement to a grid. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. Because I kind of want to round it to the closest integer, right? Because that would effectively emulate the grid snapping. And it should actually be this code that runs last. We can verify that. Let's do this. WW. Then put a breakpoint. Yeah, it's not working out the way I want it to. But I think if I were to effectively snap X and Z, if it's less than 0, we want to do math F. We want to do a floor. Yeah. And cast it to an int. Translation X. Otherwise, we want to do a seal. Seal to int, sure. Same thing with the Z axis. Okay, so we have seal to int. Do we have floor to int? No, we don't. Let's just add that. And do this should snap it. We're gonna have to take a look at that. I think it's because these are currently at 0.5. We need them to be like that, basically. Which means we're gonna have to shift the entire thing. 0.5 in the Z direction. Ground tile and ground. It's gonna have to be shifted. Basically that much. Almost. It's not entirely correct. Negative 0.5. Negative 5.5. No? Yes? Maybe so? Yes. Yeah. And now there's no longer any... Yeah, it's actually... causing problems. Great. I mean, I guess realistically, we could just do... make sure that the target translation is always floored. Right? Snap, target, translation. Because it is floor taint I want, right? We do a floor on a negative 5.6. Should go to negative 6, yeah. Seal to int, maybe. Yeah. I like actually having consistent code. X. Those 8 crashes happened in like the first hour, I think. Pretty much. Okay, so now this should be perfectly in place. And so's that one. Awesome. Yeah, I had a lot of crashing initially, because Jan broke the engine at some point. So he's still weird. And I don't think... Yeah. The replicated player isn't snapping. Because we need... snap target translation. Do you have any ideas what I might... I've forgotten to back up. I've copied the entire documents and up that a folder onto HDD. Do you have anything in like any custom folders in the users folder? Okay, good. That's now being snapped, although it's still passing over those holes. So it's only passing over if you're fast enough. Right? So if you're fast enough, you can actually skip over. Which, I don't know. I think maybe what we could do is just say that whenever we have a hole, we need to have a 2 wide. Because then, if we do that, do you guys have line traces in Hazel? Yeah, we do. Yeah, then it just doesn't have a chance. So I could make that as kind of a design decision effectively. Instead of fixing my code, I'm gonna make it so you have to design the level around the problems, right? Once we start building levels, we'll have to make sure that any holes is at least 2 meters wide. If it's 1 meter, the player can skip over the hole if they move quickly enough. Okay. Pictures, videos, and music. Yeah, I was gonna say that you should probably check those as well, but I figured that'd be like one of the first things you check. Okay. Let's see if we can bring in Tim's commit. And yes, I do have to close Hazelnut to actually merge. Okay. Honest level line trace from player position to position below the player and check if there's floor or not. We could do that, but honestly, can't be bothered. If we really decide that no, we want to have a hole that is just 1 meter wide, sure, we can do that. And if we detect that, we cancel the target translation completely. It's not hard to do. Okay, is that the start scene? Cool. So yeah, we can definitely do that stuff. It's just really can't be bothered. So I couldn't merge the asset registry because we have level visibility. Is that it? Okay, I mean, I can manually merge that. Done. Resolve. Let's not go ahead and commit that. Actually, I should check if my TeamSpeak 3 identity copy works. Yeah, that's probably good to check. Okay, no new commits to the engine, so let's just run it. Tim said there would be a crash if I drag the prefab in. We do have, and I think it was the player. Yes. Okay, so we have a collider asset here, which looks valid. It's trying to get an asset. It's trying to get collider mesh, which appears to be valid. And then we hit a lock, which fails. Because maybe it's already... Tries to lock the mutex. Which threw an error. Fun. Where's this coming from? So we're trying to get the prefab. That calls load. Why? It's valid, but there's a lock. Is this a race condition? But no, that shouldn't crash. That's why we have a lock. And I don't even think we have... Yeah, we don't even have multi-threading. Is the thing. And yet we crash. Which is interesting. Yeah, it's not actually a race condition, it's just probably some code is completely goofed. What happens if I just get rid of that code? Also, I should have some dinner soon. Worst case, like, I think Jan is gonna have to take a look at this tomorrow, because I am not familiar enough with mutexes and locks and that kind of stuff to be able to debug why that would crash. But it could be potentially a heap corruption or a stack corruption, although I don't think that's unlikely. But I don't think it is, because all of the other values looked fine. Oh well. Failed. Oh yeah, that's the launcher. Don't care about that. No, okay, here we go. Mesh is null. Oh. Oh, I think this might be... Okay, hang on. Let's go back in here. Do that, but do the worst thing we could possibly do. Let's run in debug. Because I think it's trying to fetch the mesh crashing and... Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. What's that, 2, technically? So let's do 10. It's gonna go up to every 10 seconds Hazel crashes. Pretty much. That's very much how I feel. Nice game, yeah. Just send the people Hazel and have like a timer that runs every 10 seconds, causes something to crash. Game done. Just gonna see, it's been live almost an hour. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Fargo. Don't care that Hazelnut Launcher doesn't build because we don't use it. Yeah, forget about FPS. Hazel crash per second. Yeah. Yeah. I got raided by Tim, who got raided by Jan. So we got some loyal Studio Cherno peeps. If I do this, 3, what the hell does that mean? Doesn't mean it's already locked. But hang on, why would this be happening in the mutex though? Let's check something. STD mutex crash error code 3. See if I get something. Yeah, let's take a look here. Implies that the lock had been recursively taken. Right. Yeah, because this is coming from get asset. You see, the thing is, I know that Jan did some work to fix something like that. Fixed recursive mutex lock in allocator 3. He's gonna have to fix another one in asset manager. Just gonna take a screenshot and send him for tomorrow. Because I'm not sure. Prefab into the scene because it has a mesh collider and the cooking factory calls get assets. But prefab loading is also caused by get assets. Okay. Hydrate. Yeah, I should probably bring that back. Let's go and do that right away. Dashboard, Twitch. Because I did promise to bring that back. No, if people start spamming hydrate, I will remove it again. Probably. Okay. And they've been enabled again. Tony with the... No, the purpose is not to drown me. And stretch. Only one was from yesterday's hydrate you took. Posture check and hydrate, sure. I'm actually gonna go make dinner soon, so, well, warm up. People, keep in mind, I have to get shit done today. I'm just gonna comment this out and rerun it so we can debug that crash. Centovio, thank you so much for following. Much appreciated. Gonna get more water. Jumpy line, posture check, hydrate, and we got M. Silva. Thank you so much for following. Much appreciated. Player. Right. Different crash. But it's basically because M instance is null. So we can't actually find the collider mesh. So, first of all, this shouldn't result in a crash. Right? If not mesh, return cooking result invalid mesh, cooking result invalid mesh. And let's log a little error message. Implode, hydrate, I'm gonna drown. Cooking factory, sure. Failed to cook mesh collider because mesh is invalid or doesn't exist. I mean, in this case, it's because we can't find it. So we definitely shouldn't crash just because we don't find the mesh. Now, the question is why? Because I assume... I mean, the asset handle probably got messed up somewhere. I suspect. Although it wouldn't Tim have ensured that it wasn't like, because I think Tim made the player prefab, so why wouldn't he have made sure? I mean, he probably did. It's just engine bug causing it to not be found. Now it shouldn't crash. It doesn't. Mesh can't be found, yeah. You're right. Player. Oh, okay. Sure. Cool beans. Instead of removing the hydrates, just make them more expensive, like 1K. Yeah, could do that. Okay, let's copy that. Let's delete you. Make sure to... Well, that doesn't make any sense, though. Person background, yeah. No, I don't live alone. Haven't lived alone in quite a while. Also, Odd Caterpillar, the theme is every 10 seconds. But what's the player mesh supposed to be, though? Let's actually just be quick about it. Player H mesh, which 145. Whatever. I'm not married, just in case you're wondering, Implode. Yeah, that's not valid. SHX SH Schlicks. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, but if this... Okay, so what mesh did Tim actually make it? Is the cube? Or did he forget to push that? Or export it properly? Because that would suck. Let's Twitch. Go to his Twitch and just check the VOD, I guess. Oh, he's hosting me. That's nice. But I want to check his VOD. I don't know, otherwise I'm gonna have to let him know that he messed up something. Okay, here's the cube. No, that's tiles. When did he make the player? My laptop runs hot from opening Chrome. Awesome. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I switched from Chrome, actually. Like, I don't know how bad Edge is when it comes to having, like... when it comes to eating up a RAM. So here's the player, I think. Nope. When did he make the player? I don't know. I'm just gonna have to let him know that the reason it crashes is because it can't find the player source mesh. And neither can I. It's his code. Forgot to include commit the player base mesh, or it's just a bad asset registry merge. Also, the Wi-Fi on it is slow. It takes 20 minutes for 100. Jesus, that's incredibly slow. All right, whatever. Let's not bother too much with that. I fixed the immediate crashing. Now it's just a matter of having the right player mesh. Waifu Mayan, thank you so much for following. All right, I'm gonna go and just heat up some food. Would you guys, what? Please fix all the damn warnings. A lot of those warnings aren't from our project and we're not gonna touch that. But the ones that are, we are planning on fixing. In fact, we did at some point fix all of the warnings caused by the engine. And then it just got undone by someone. But like, we're not gonna bother fixing stuff from I'm GUI at all. Pragma warning push 0. That's not fixing them though. That's not actually fixing the warnings though. That's just making it so we don't see the warnings, which is kind of pointless. Okay, but apparently Tim did get the axe working. Oh yeah, that's looking good. No, crap. Where's that supposed to be? Negative 4.5. You can add external warnings off to pre-make. Really? I'm gonna remember that. Okay, I'm gonna go and heat up some food. Also, I need to make a phone call, so I'm gonna go mute. All right, I'm back, and apparently the music has stopped. So let's switch to something else. Let's see what's been going on in chat. Oh, what's up, Emily? So Peter, when will you go to sleep? Unsure. We'll see when I end up going to sleep. And of course, Marka goes with the hydrate immediately. Yeah, Emily. Stream go burr. Okay. It'd be really cool if we could get this swinging immediately. Except... Oh no, Tim. He screwed up the origin. The origin should have been up here. Yeah, I had it in the back. Oh, my man. What did the team end up settling on for the theme? Well, I mean, the theme's every 10 seconds, and so I can actually show you kind of what our general idea is, because I've pretty much implemented it. So we have these 2 cubes, right? And these represent the player, and yes, both represent the player. Bomben use, thank you for following. And the idea is you have this you have 2 kind of halves to the level, right? And the goal is to get this cube into some sort of goal, right? The problem is you cannot move this cube using the keyboard. You move this cube on this side and it gets mirrored, right? And every 10 seconds, any movements I've made will be mirrored by this cube on this side. And you can only see it for this side for like a second at the start, and then more and more gets revealed as you progress. There's going to be traps, enemies, that sort of thing that you have to avoid, and you kind of have to memorize the level. So that's kind of what we ended up settling on. And so, yeah, and you have 10 seconds to make your moves. So like in this case, okay, he still died, but Bloxor vibes. Not sure what Bloxor is. Oh yeah, that's basically what we kind of based it on. Because Tim showed a similar game that's very similar to what Bloxor is, and that's kind of where our inspiration came from. Because we decided early on that we wanted to basically just take an existing game loop, run with that, and then maybe expand upon it or tweak it a bit. Yeah, with bloom. Loads of blooms. And Tony has a problem. That's not news. Now he... Oof. Spike tiles. Awesome. A lava tile, which is cool. Really love how the texture turned out. Okay. So I think the majority of the kind of base gameplay is done at this point. So I'm trying to think what the next approach would be. I guess maybe have the actual end goal. Oh, come on. 1 second. My spoon fell into my food. Okay, there we go. Yeah, get the goal working. Right, so we would have like the gold tile. Which set up goal tile. The goal will act as a checkpoint because we kind of have the idea that, okay, so we have a goal, say, over on this tile. When you reach it, this area effectively becomes the quote-unquote sandbox, as we call it, right? And over here, we would end up with a new level. And you have to beat a couple of these sections in order to beat the level or possibly even the game, right? In which case, each goal would act as a checkpoint. So, oh, we need player death. Player death. Yeah, that's very important to have. I feel like the entire thing being one level makes more sense for a lot of there. Yeah. Also, it makes it a lot easier in terms of code because we don't have to deal with tracking states between scenes. Reset player spawn. That's basically all there is to it. So should probably do player death before we do the gold tile. It'd be really cool if we could have this. So Yana fighting with animations yesterday. Is the cube gonna stay a cube or become something sparkly? Tim has made a basically a player model, which is kind of it's a cube, but it sort of animated and flashing, that kind of stuff. See Tony, I am taking notes on Notion. It's really good program. I actually really like using it. Super easy to use, supports markdown and everything. Sparkly cube. I'm sure we can make it sparkle. No ocean, was it? Not sure what you mean, Tony. Fixel, what's up? And thank you so much for the resub, 3 months. Much appreciated. Game is coming along nicely. I have most of the kind of base gameplay done. Like player movement replication works. And yeah, so all that I kind of have left to do is make sure the player can die, set up a gold tile, presumably regenerate, or I guess proceed to next section, right? Because the goal is going to be a checkpoint. Animate the tiles flying up from below so they don't just magically appear. Looks a little bit like this old cute game on smartphones. Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about, and if you're talking about the one that I think you're talking about, it's literally the game we based our idea on. And then we just have to do puzzle mechanics, which it's gonna be interesting. More or less, it's Notion. Completely free. Really good. Absolutely love it. Vague Lobster, what's up? Hi Peter, I suddenly missed what the notes program was. And I mean, is this gonna be like the new thing on this, on my streams? You heard me, Vague Lobster. Tend to steal everything from you. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, that's true. Abdullah, what's up? I'm good. Thank you. How are you? Oh, you actually didn't hear me. Okay. I thought you were making a joke. It's Notion. Yeah, Notion, like that, exactly. Notion.so. And you can get it for free, even though there is a paid version. I really have not had any issues with the free version. I do not feel the need to go up to Pro. It's actually really nice to work with. You can create these pages, you can use, god damn it, Markdown and everything like that. Yeah, I've been thinking of trying out Obsidian, but for now I'm gonna stick with Notion, at least for Let 'em Dare. So yeah. Peter is not a pro writer or whatever. Yeah, but I'm not a pro engine crasher like you, Tony. Probably gonna end up refactoring the player a bit. I think it's doing some things that it shouldn't be doing, but before I do that, I want to have the game. Real programmers scratch their notes into the walls with a rusty nail. What am I usually working on in Studio Journal? Getting the C# scripting engine to play nice, and physics. So I'm doing the physics engine and the scripting engine work. Plus general kind of editor work as well, but... Also, Tony, I'm sure you haven't crashed Hazard in months. The question is, have you touched it in months? Suggesting Peter usually works. I mean, I usually do. Also, we need to kind of get this slow motion thing to be more of a mechanic that's actually useful. Point still stands though. Okay. Yeah, so let's do player death. Let's keep a vector 3 spawn location, which by default is going to be translation. How do we determine if we're dead? Gonna head out again. Good luck. Thank you so much, Emily. Hopefully you have a nice day. I'll be streaming for quite a. Really? You gotta end it off with the hydrate. Let's say public and jump lion, following it up with more hydrate. I don't know. Die. Effectively, all that's gonna happen is translation is gonna be set set to the original spawn. How do we do that for the replicator cube though? I'm probably gonna rewrite this actually, so that this is attached to the actual replication cube. Gotta do something real quick. I'm not gonna remove it. But I will edit it. Let's do 220 for that one. How many points do you guys have? All right. I'm gonna end up disabling that at some point. Well, no, I'm not gonna disable it, but I'm gonna keep it at 5,000 for the hydrate so you guys run out of points. Because Jesus Christ. Also, posture check. Reduce it to 1K. Do you have exactly 1,000? Mark a stretch. You have 190. Okay. Yeah, 1,000's still quite a lot because you get, I think, if you're not subscribed, you get 220 points per hour on average. What have I done to deserve this? I'm gonna make a rule that if one person redeems the same thing multiple times, that only counts as one. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is do a slight refactoring here. I'm gonna have a script. Posture check. I mean, my posture's fine, I think. I'll call this player base. And this is the script that's gonna have the shared functionality between the regular player and the replicating player. Yeah, but my instance. You're redeeming posture check for yourself on my stream. So let's have that there. Go to player base. What's the kind of shared functionality between the player and the replicator target? Well, they both need a target location, right? So I'm gonna make a protected vector 3 target location. Target location will be translation initially. Then in on update, we're gonna have this code. And we need also, is the code visible to you guys? Like, is it big enough on screen? We'll need movement time. Then up here, we'll have to do target location y equals translation.y. Right, this is specifically for replicator targets, so that will not be part of player base. This we can get rid of. We'll have the previous y. And we'll also have a private virtual, or yeah, virtual. Is that how you do that? Void move. Virtual or abstract members cannot be private. What? Seriously? And because it's virtual, it has to declare a body. Let's do TS. Here's where we call, hang on, where do we call move? Right above this. So up here, we'll call move with delta time. Which is effectively going to do this. Then we do translation afterwards. Time left, that's not really the responsibility of the player to keep track of. And then whether or not it should replicate. Okay, I like that. We will also keep track of the spawn location because both needs to know that. You can enable a cooldown on redeems. I can. Because that would be very helpful. Oh yeah, I can. Awesome, let's go to 200 for the cost, and let's add a cooldown and limit. And let's say... Oof. Let's go 15 minutes for hydrate. And I'll say a maximum amount can be 5 per user. No, wait, hang on. Okay, that's... Sure, whatever, let's say... I don't know, let's go 10. Elevated chat. What's that? Hang on. You mean the highlight? Oh no, wait, yeah. Okay. Wait, what? €6 just for the message to be visible for 30 seconds. What? Really? That's complete garbage. Yeah, I'm gonna just say don't do that. Like, I'm sure I get a cut of it, but I don't care. That's not worth showing your message. Just use highlight my message. That's free. Yeah, I mean, still, that's more than a sub. Hazel code is difficult because it has small details. No, I don't think it's difficult. Any large project is gonna have small details and like tiny little things that you need to keep in mind. Inflation, yeah, but still. Nice try, Jump a Lion. Can't you just use bits for less? No idea. I'm sure you can. We will definitely want something to snap the target. I'll make that protected void. Snap target location. Yeah, it's probably as a donate replacement, which... It's donate, but Twitch gets a cut, I think. Which, to be honest, like, I don't really care if they get a cut. I don't care about making money off of this, even though it's nice to be able to do so. So I think this is going to be sort of the base player class. Right? And if I make this extend player base, we'll need something like that, but time manager, movement replicator, that's gonna change. That can go away. Let's grab. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna completely get rid of an update because we're just gonna have protected override void move. Right, we just give it a movement. Go away. Every yeah, I'm gonna say after this we do snap target location. That looks good. The replicate movement, I'm just gonna comment out because I'm gonna want that later on. That's gonna change drastically. This whole block of code can just go away because it's not necessary. So in which case we don't need that. Get rid of that and get rid of that. This is all the player is gonna be. Literally just a way to move and do the stuff. Imagine seeing clouds going upwards. Okay. Sure. What kind of clouds you guys got in Norway? This is going to be the player replicator. $70-30 split revenue, so 70 for me and 30 for Twitch. Is that correct? Let's have player base here. Okay. I mean, 70-30, that's not actually a bad split. Especially considering the fact that they recently changed the whole sub revenue split to be 50-50. Yeah. No, but like they changed the sub split to be 50-50 for the majority of people. But the whole highlighting message or whatever, yeah, like to be honest, I think if you really want to support a creator and they have like a donation via PayPal, use that instead. Let's actually call this, yeah, let's call it player movement. We'll have this, but it's gonna be private. There's nothing else that's gonna have to call this. kind of not sure that I want to do this in the movement replicators on update at all. Instead, probably have like a public void, notify tile, I don't know, on player update. Don't really like that though. Because this is effectively a function that will get called from player dot on update, right? So I'm actually kind of thinking, yeah, I'm just gonna override on update. Make sure we call that. Do this delta time, sure. Because then in player we'll be aware of the player replicator. And we'll have a private replicator replicator. And here we would record the movements, right? So the player is telling the replicator, the player replicator, what moves it's making in a much more manageable fashion, I think. Right, and then we need, let's move that there. This is now gonna have to do override move. So we'll need tile timer, which I don't think that actually needs to be public. Float M tile timer, set that to 0. If tile timer is less than or equal to 0. Yeah, and now we actually need to pop the move. Player movement. Location. Level limit. Yeah, we're gonna need that. Although I think because that's something player needs as well. Wait. Okay, that's player.
My father used to tell me this children starving in Africa. So eat your food, nigga, you living, you should be happier. So your first world problems, darkest third world onyx. Sounding out with those in ease like you're hooked on phonics. Blow harmonics, mental vomit, leaving trails like comments. Let's be honest, this is sonnet about your lack of being honest with yourself. Here's some chronic, and your feelings is a luxury. Spoiled California never had a day of hustling.
To be honest, we can probably do this in here. And we'll have public vector 3 level limit. Pretty sure we can do that instead, because that's something both the player and the player replicator needs. I'm fairly sure. And whether or not it should replicate should probably not be determined by the player. Level visibility. That's something that the replicator will have to deal with. Now we can actually get rid of this. Yep. Because now we're actually replicating the movement properly. Let's just build it. Go in here. Oh, really? We don't get the public variables from here. Really? I wonder how difficult it would be to do that. Script cache. I guess we can check if we have a parent class. If we do, we can just go through it. Let's try that. Yeah, go away. So we're going to need a mono class called current class, which is going to be managed class that class, and then I think there's mono class get parent. Yep. So while we have an actual valid class, we will go through its fields. And then do manage class equals mono class get parent current class. Oh yeah, that's what we need to do. Probably should do like a do while. It's actually one of the few cases where I think a do while could be good. Built. Hopefully we don't cause problems.
The urge to steal, the urge to steal it.
So we have the current clause, which should be the same as this. Which clause is this? Not the one I want.
The urge
Not the one I want.
to steal, the urge to steal it.
All right, screw it. Let's go up into there. Nope, don't care about that. Player, right? Let's now put a breakpoint there. Well, here, rather. M replicator, yeah. Time manager, player replicator entity. Okay, that's weird. Oh. We were going through the same clause over and over and over again. So we're actually gonna have to pass that in. Everywhere that we used manage clause. Okay. Now it might work. Basically what I'm trying to do is just get it so that the player base public fields get exposed to Hazelnut, even if you just even like from player replicator, for example. Because apparently that doesn't work, which is interesting. There we go. That's a problem. It's grabbing the entity ID as well. So I guess for now we can just ignore what you can say. If name, no. We want to check if the current class is equal to this. Put a breakpoint there. Let's check it. My comments 2017 and Knusby. Thank you so much for following. Hopefully this will just work and I can immediately and I can actually start making progress again. Why is this taking so long? We stuck in an infinite loop. Yes, we are. Because I'm a goddamn genius. Okay. Sandbox player. We no longer have that. Now the problem is we kind of need to check that we're also in the Hazel namespace. Why the hell does Visual Studio just remove my code? That's actually really annoying. Wait, what? Oh. Namespace. My bad. All right. Now it's actually working. Cool. Meaning we can go in here and we can tell you to be player replicator. Hit Control S. Disable that bloom again. All right. Level limit is gonna be 0 for player on the C. Well, everywhere. And for this, it's gonna be -1, I think. Heh. All right, yeah, because I forgot to assign the replicated player. Nice. We successfully refactored it. Now, currently, it's just grabbing the... It's replicating constantly every frame. But I'm much happier with this right now. So I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back, and it's hoodie time. Yeah, yes, Abdullah, I'm working on refactoring the player movement system to be a bit more flexible and a bit better. Right, so what I was gonna do the replication, right? So basically we need something to keep track of time, right? So that we can trigger this every 10 seconds. Yeah? And then we need to count down 10 seconds again to know when to stop replicating the movement and return control to the player. So we have a time manager which manages slow motion time, as well as other garbage that it actually shouldn't necessarily be responsible for. But we'll have a I'll have a public float. Can really be private though, because this is gonna be the 10-second timer. Starts off at 10. In on update, we just subtract that. If that is less than or equal to 0, we need something to happen, right? And what is that? Well, switch between replicating and player control.
She opened up her mind, but I realized she would never change it. Been with her for hours and it's starting to be really draining. My God, oh man, I remember when it felt amazing. At least she didn't lie when she told me she had something crazy. 4 days, 4 nights, I'm losing track of time and I wonder who am I. 4 eyes, yours mine, and I wonder who you might be till you open up your mouth. 4 days, 4 nights, I'm losing track of time and I wonder who am I. 4 eyes, yours mine,
Okay.
and I wonder who you might be till you open up your mouth.
Let's have a look. We could represent this using like an enum. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have a boolean. Replicating movement. It's gonna be false. We switch that. If that's true, we effectively want to do something like M player set input enabled to not is replicating movement, and we want a replicator to that. Effectively, this is what we want. So we'll need a reference to both the player and the replicator. That's easy. Player entity, replicator entity. And I think what I'm gonna do is just do player entity as player set input enabled, which we could use a property, but I don't want to do that because I kind of want to, well, we don't really need it to be a property because we're never going to check this outside of the player, right? So player gonna have a set input enabled. We're gonna start off as true. Enabled. And we'll say if not input enabled, return. Then in play replicator, public void set replicate enabled, or maybe it should be like start replicating, replicate movements. I don't know. I'll just call it this. Enabled. Private bool m replicate enabled, which is going to be false by default. And we just do that. And we say if not replicate enabled, fail. Otherwise, we do 10-second timer minus equals TS, and here we need to remember to reset it like that. So, if I've done this correctly, and we go to the time manager, we give it the replicated player and the player. We hit play. It immediately falls off, which is a problem. Right. Yeah, we need, if we go to player replicator, we need on create get component, rigid body component, set body type, static temporarily. Oh shit, I completely forgot with that I had a squad set up. Jan and Tim are not live. Then, when we come in here, we'll just change it back to dynamic. Actually, we can make this part of this, actually. Say if enabled, set it to dynamic. Just want a full lazy mode and copy every folder where user data is present. You know what? If it works, it works. Make it static, freeze it, hit build. And we don't actually even need on create there, because I can just make it static by default. And if we wait, yeah, you can always delete the trash later. Okay, so it's falling off because we're not showing the map. Harder to recover formatted files. Yeah. Recovering formatted files can be a pain. Not that I've had to do it, but I do know it can be very painful to do. Right, so... we now need to tell the level visibility class, which I hate that name, to be honest. But it doesn't matter. We need to tell it to show tiles near where this guy is. Let's just call it level manager entity because that's sort of what I want it to be. M level manager, which means we do need on create. What does this do? It just sets the spawn location, so that doesn't matter. Manager entity as level visibility. We sort of need to tell it immediately here to show the neighboring tiles of my translation. But whenever we've moved, if we've reached our target destination effectively, which is here. Let's create another one, call it on target reached. Don't think it's gonna need that. Let's do override on target reached. We will do that. And we need to call it here. Yeah. Forgot to assign the level manager, which is on ground tiles. Sure. Wow, almost 24 hours since it started. Okay. It is replicating the movements just very slowly. Why? Because movement time is 1 instead of 10. Okay. Now this actually needs to be -1. For some reason that didn't save. But this one did. Wait. Yeah, that one, that's weird. Also, I'm noticing there's some weird things happening. Why? Hang on. Okay, no, it does work. Although that looked a bit weird. Yeah, because something's weird. Something is very, very weird with the replicated movements. because I screwed up my logic is what's happening here. Now, we shouldn't have a target location at this point. How do we get our target location, though? I move. Let's just be safe and say, if not, replicate enabled, don't move. Also, that shouldn't happen. It should not reveal those tiles immediately. Whoa. Okay. That didn't work. And then we actually want to return here. Well, after this, we basically want to say if not replicate enable fail, I think. And then we should probably do target location. Let's switch up the playlist here. Okay, now it's working. Good. Let's go for some other playlist. Okay, so I can no longer move. And eventually... Wait, what? Okay, something's wrong when we want to switch back. In fact, something seems... That seemed mostly correct. But then there's some weirdness. Like, I can't move right now. And now I can. And then... Yeah, there's definitely some weirdness happening. So we don't need this garbage. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to start showing the timer itself. First of all, showing the actual 10-second timer, which we do have a thing on a camera called time left text, which I can just do a private text component, time left text. Yeah, sure. Find entity by tag. Dot get component. Text component. Because there's definitely some weirdness going on here. Text. Which time left? Gonna be 10 minus 10-second timer. Is that correct? I don't think that's correct. Yeah, no, that wrong thing. It's that minus 10. No? How did I screw this up? This is just that, but I want to do int. Like so. Three, two, one. Now it should start. This is false, so when this ends, we set this to true. They say, aha! Sneaky little bug. Just inverted the boolean when I shouldn't have. Overwatch 2. Preload is stupid. What's preload? Okay. Peer. Thank you so much for following. Okay, but I think it's working now. If I just go forward to there. Okay. And wait, I can't move because the time hasn't run out. Now I can. All right. Seems to be working fine. I'm actually gonna go ahead and push these changes now, and I'm gonna have to push the engine changes as well. Because I did do some engine changes. Let's push the scene, all of the scripts, asset registry, and the project. Gravity doesn't matter. Alright, so refactored player plus player replication. When your computer decides to restart for no reason. Oh, that sucks, dude. But I mean, it's your computer, Tony, so I didn't expect anything else. Yeah, also added level appearing briefly at start of game. Added tiles appearing next to the tile the replicated player is on. Sure. And I don't think anyone's committed anything else. Nope. Tim was the last person to have pushed anything, so I'll push that. And then engine, I did fix that, and I fixed that. And I did that as well, plus some stuff there. I don't know if one reason is the fact that it goes to sleep or some crap. I had a very weird issue. So, Tony, I think you have Windows 11, right? And I had a very weird issue when I just got my PC. It would put itself to sleep, and then it wouldn't wake up again. I had to actually pull the plug to kill it and then restart it. Because it just wouldn't wake up. It died, basically. Fixed. Mesh cooking crash plus hack fix plus hack fix for asset manager crash. C# classes that inherit from another entity. I don't know what the best way to word this is. Public fields from C# clauses parent now appear in Hazelnut. Okay. Also, fixed incorrect distance function types in C# vector 2. And I should be on the latest commit of this as well. Yes, I am. Push that. Okay. Cool. Now let's do player death, because that's what I was going to do. Right? Now. In player base, I think I'm gonna make it a protected virtual void on death. Which really shouldn't be an optional, but whatever. Because every time we do this, I'm gonna check if translation.y is less than, I don't know, -5 on death. We could really just handle all of the death logic in player base and not actually make this protected virtual, but let's maybe have that just in case. Integer Man, thank you so much for following. Much appreciated. And effectively what we want to do here is just do translation equals spawn location. Set target location equal to translation. And then we kind of want to reset the timer and the is replicating movement. Do we have? Yeah, we do have these, so we can actually hook that up. Although, here's the thing, right? If the kind of keyboard player dies, reset everything. If this dies, we reset everything. But we have to notify both if either of them died. So we could use effectively events to deal with that. Why has the let him there jam counter stopped? Refresh the cache, maybe? Why? Yeah. It definitely gave up. Wait. Hang on. Oh no, wait. No. Oh, I'm stupid. It's showing minutes, not seconds. I thought I was reading it wrong, and I thought the clock had stopped completely, even on the actual website. I'm such a moron. But okay, how are we effectively going to notify the player when player replicator dies? This is where having some sort of event system in C# would be very helpful, because it would make this code so simple. You just send out an event. That's it. But because currently, I mean, if this is sort of a level manager, then it could technically hold something like that. The player can essentially just go ahead and do on say death event, call on death, yeah, I'll have something like that. Public event action, death event. We'll do in here. Invoke. So that way, when the replicator dies, the player will also experience death, effectively. Although I think we should maybe have... Ooh, yeah, that's a problem. Because if both of them are subscribing to each other, and that will end up in us basically having an infinite loop of death events. Actually, no, I can handle that in here if we have a protected void die, which does this, and it will have a temporary bool. Eddie redeemed posture check. Thank you. M is dead. Equals false. If this flag is already set, don't do anything. Otherwise, set it to true. Okay. So if we're already dead, don't do anything. We should probably also say if we're dead, bail. But where do we set this to false? because I think this is mainly going to be this sort of flag. Meaning this doesn't actually matter. So this is going to need reference, player entity, player, and player. I don't actually have to do it that way, but in this case, M player. Will the game source code be available? I don't think so. I don't know if Jan has planned on anything, but I don't think we made Forest's code available. So I don't think we'll make this game's code available either. Especially since we've actually gone through the trouble of packing the DLL, the actual C# DLL into a binary blob. And we do that specifically to prevent people from just taking the DLL and stuffing it into something like .peek to inspect the code. But honestly, like, it doesn't matter for a Let 'em Dare game, in reality. We're mainly using Let 'em Dare to test the shipping workflow. Because for Let 'em Dare, it doesn't matter because everyone can just go back and watch the VODs and see the code. And if you really wanted to, you could extract the code. And honestly, I wouldn't really give a damn if you did. Why people think it's so top secret thing to expose game code? Because if people just have access to the game code, they could literally just steal your game to some degree. Plus, you can imagine for something like a multiplayer game, if people can see the code and get access to it, it makes it a lot easier for them to cheat. For a single player game, I don't think it's necessary at all to try and hide the code, because cheating in single player games only affects you. But if you cheat in a multiplayer game, you're affecting a lot of other people. But like for single player games, I don't really care. People can cheat all they want. Okay. If we build this, we hit play, we run into an error because we didn't tell this what the player is. Stack Overflow. Amazing. This causes a Stack Overflow because when I call .as here, that will call on create of player, which then calls .as player replicator, which calls on create for player replicator again because it hasn't finished executing, so the engine doesn't know that it's not finished executing, and therefore we end up with a Stack Overflow, which really sucks. But I might actually be able to fix that. If we go under script glue, script component get instance. Right, so it's where we check that. We check is runtime initialized. What software do I need to extract the game code? The only reason I want the source code is to learn how to use a game engine like Hazel. Thing is, for this game, it's not really possible to do that because you won't see the DLL, the actual game DLL, in like the folder. at all, because it will, I can show you. Under desktop LD51, you can see there is no game DLL in here anywhere. Okay, because it's literally part of the asset pack, right? It's part of this binary file which holds all of the game data, and so you'd have to extract that. You'd have to extract the binary data of the DLL from the asset pack and then get that into something like .peak. Oh, Eddie Dev, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Absolute level how the boys have the YouTube channel that integrates what into the real world. Awesome. Man, Eddie out here being an absolute chad. With the stretch. Like my arms actually hurt a bit. So stretching actually feels kind of good. So the reason why we're getting a Stack Overflow is because we're calling onCreate recursively. I mean, to be honest, like I should probably just not do this in here. Maybe I should just bite the bullet and turn this into a level manager. Yeah. Level manager. So this will be aware of both the player entity and it will be aware of the replicated player entity. What if I use a hex program to hack the game? I mean, you could. You'd have to find a particular section of the... Like, it's not hard. You can do that if you want. You can use something like hexedit to extract the bytes for the C# DLL if you can find it. Then turn that into an actual file and then load it into JetBrains.peak to actually see the code. Like, I don't... It's not impossible to do that. Thing sensors tend to work better if you attach them correctly. Yeah, I can imagine. Get rid of that garbage code because it's not necessary. So what I'm gonna have in here is we're gonna have a public onPlayer died, which is gonna take in the actual player entity here, and we'll do if player entity is equal to player entity. We will do player replicated player entity dot die. No, dot as player replicator dot die. We can get rid of death event entirely. We can sure keep that, whatever, that's fine. Make this public. Else if player entity is equal to replicated player entity. we'll do that. Then in here, we just don't bother doing any of this. In player, we don't need, well, we need the replicator, but we don't need the actual event. Then in player base, we'll have level manager entity, and we'll have a protected level manager, level manager, and that will do level manager entity as level manager. We can get rid of that in there because we already have it, meaning we can get rid of that. Guess whose PC went burr again? You need to get a new PC, man. So in here, we'll call die, and we'll call level manager on player died this, and we'll do that. Yeah, let's only do it in here for now. Man, I need to stand up and just walk around the apartment real quick. Hazel widgets are great. Depends on which widget. Level manager. Player. Round. No. Replicated player. Null. Where? Player on create. Player doesn't have an on create. Yes, it does. 15. Why? That literally does that. Oh, I just moved the problem. God damn it. Wait. No, I didn't. The hell? What ended up being null? Player base 22. Oh, I forgot to assign the level manager. I kind of don't like the fact that we're like everything is referencing each other. Alright, now we should be good. Yes. So we'll do that, and we won't die yet. We'll let it play through and see what happens. Okay. I had a terrifying dream last night. Do you want to know what it was? Yeah, sure. Oh? Would you look at that? Yep. Although it's still trying to replicate movement. That's a problem. Started when I was looking around through a window and I saw 2 or 3 entities spawn, and I was terrified because I know that I was living in a simulation and I didn't know if it was real human conscience or if I am an AI that thinks it's human. The classic simulation theory. Yeah. You can have some pretty weird freaking dreams. Actually, this is gonna need to override on death. Because we need to basically do recorded moves clear on death. And we need to reset tile timer to be 0. And we want to set replicate enabled to false. Awesome. Is there anything in player that needs to kind of happen like that? Well, we kind of need to tell time manager to reset. I think. Let's call it reset. We'll just have a public void reset. Because that's gonna have to set time left. No, it's gonna have to do 10-second timer. Set that back to there. To start with, I think. I mean, the player does need to know that it can enable its input again. Neko, what's up? Progress is actually good. I've been doing some refactoring of the player code, and I'm a lot happier with it now. And basically right now I'm just trying to get player death working. And I think this should pretty much work. Yep. That's working. Now, I think if I do this and we kill the other player, it should still work the same. Yes, except the normal player doesn't get input. Player input enabled needs to be set back to true. And now it's working. Awesome. So we effectively have player death. Now I'm sure there's some other stuff I need to take care of. So for an example, if I go... No, actually, let's restart that. If I just go 2 forward, and we wait for my turn to end. And then I just kill myself. Yeah, you see, the level doesn't actually reset here. So... something that has access to the level manager. Hang on. This is easy. We tell the level manager when we die. Meaning in here, we do this. And then we do hide level. And hopefully that will just work. Move forwards twice. Hazel looks amazing. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. It's filled with bugs, but you know, we can always fix those. Kill myself, and now the level resets. We go forward and we go left. What happened there? We didn't set the replicated player back to static. That's what happened. So in player replicator on death, we want to change the body type to static. Static. Is there an assembly being used in Hazel? Not like handwritten assembly. But I mean, I think like C++ obviously gets compiled to like machine code, but we haven't written any assembly. Will there be any features that makes Hazel superior to other engines, or that make it stand apart? To be honest, like, I don't know. We're not trying to compete with any other engine, so we don't really have a need to stand out in that sense. But like, I do think our shadow system, and like, generally speaking, the shadows look a lot better compared to, say, Unreal... Well, maybe not Unreal 5 nowadays. Unreal 4 by default had some pretty bad shadow settings. You had to actually tweak them to get them to look good. But like, we're not trying to stand out. You know, we're not trying to compete with anyone. And I think, you know, your opinion on like what makes an engine superior, I think it's very personal. I'm not sure if there's like a way of objectively saying, you know, that one engine is better than the other. Why compiles the bloom to all object when you enable it? You mean, why do everything have incredible amounts of bloom by default? Because the default material has bloom set to like max, I guess. I don't know. That's probably why. Because Jan loves bloom. Engine is better if it doesn't care. Crash every 10 seconds. It can also be superior to the smaller or more lightweight engine, I guess. I do think Hazel is... I think Hazel has the potential to be a slightly better engine than Godot in some senses. I don't like Godot personally. I hate it. I absolutely hate Godot. I hate their code. I hate the way they've structured everything. Although I do recognize it's a capable engine. So yeah. But like, to be honest, it doesn't really matter to me if Hazel's better than any other engine. Because why would I care? Like, we're not trying to sell the engine or anything like that. We just want to make games. And make an engine because it's fun. Hazel's lighting PBR shader looks much better than Unity 3D IMO. Yeah, I think so as well. Like, I mean, when you start getting into like the high definition render pipeline in Unity, it gets better. But I still don't think Unity's HDRP system is that high quality in terms of like shadows and lighting. Although it's getting better, even though the engine itself is crashing and burning. Okay. Player death. Oh god, what? Why do I have to log in again? That's annoying. Alright, there we go. Yeah, Unity's materials seem a little plastic. I mean, yeah, unless you're willing to like dedicate the time to actually get them to look good. By default, they are very sort of plastic. Setup goal. But first, push changes. Unreal's materials seem 10 seconds to open the material editor. Like, yeah, I will say Unreal's materials do take a while to open, and, well, on my computer, it's pretty much instant to open them. They do take a while to compile, but in general, I prefer Unreal's material system over Unity's. Player can now die by falling off the world. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's what I did. Set up goal tile. Goal will act as a checkpoint. Yeah, this is kind of getting into the whole level thing where we hit this goal and we... Thing is, I'm not 100% sure Eddie redeemed hydrate, so I'm gonna have to go fill up water. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can do the sort of section thing yet, because I'm not 100% sure what the intention is. Like, we get to the goal here. Does this area then become the sandbox? We remove this, and we just spawn in more level here, or something. We should definitely have a goal tile. So that's pretty easy to set up, I feel. We go in scripts, create a new script, call it goal tile. Create that. I don't think it's gonna open in the right editor. No, it's not, because fuck me, I guess. Yeah. Gold tile. It's very simple. Do we need that to be a script? No, we don't. That doesn't have to be a script in the first place. It's literally just a tile that maybe has the tag gold tile, or, well, we could use a tag script because we don't have a proper tag system. Which, that's kind of on my list, on my to-do list for after Legendaries, to get a proper tag system up and running. So to be honest, like, yeah, we could probably have this. Just have an empty entity class. Note, this is a tag script. It won't have any functionality, at least not right now. Oh. You know, such a moron. I shut down the editor. Unity looks bad, can basically do the most basic forward rendering with bad shadows, and it looks exactly like Unity. Yeah, pretty much. Why are we not saving scene renderer settings? I mean, okay, now what I'm gonna do is enable bloom, close that, go under materials, prototyping, give the sandbox ground that. That did nothing. That's 11 crashes in less than 24 hours. And it's a weird ass crash. Reliable engine. That made it brighter. Alright, whatever doesn't clear the material. Fine. Because of the skylight, that it's incredibly... Yeah, I mean, let's set it to 0.3 for now, just so I don't have to keep turning bloom off. But we have a gold tile script, right? So that we may want to make that a prefab at some point. For now, I'll just make this have the goal like that, and I will give it the lava material just so we can differentiate between it. And then we have to make it so that in play replicator, when we may want to have something like on reached target that gets called when we reach our target location, because that way we can check the tile we're currently on, see if that's a goal, and if it is, hooray. We did it. Do I think that's a good idea? Oops. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. On target reached. And because we're gonna call that here, we know on target reached that our translation is the exact position of the tile. That way in level manager, which has the tile information, we will have a public bool is goal tile position, which will convert that into tile coordinates. It will do tile data, tile entities, tile X, tile Z. We will do if tile data is null, return false, because at that point that shouldn't realistically happen, but it can. Otherwise, we want to do tile data, tile entity is gold tile, and return that. Yeah. So in here, you have access is gold tile translation. If it is, now I'll just do log info goal. So I'm just gonna go to there and then wait my turn. Have him go. Then go. Oh, wait. Go forward and then go right 2 times. Because I don't actually. I think it should be safe. Go right 1 more time. And then up, left. I'm having to think so hard about this. Yeah. And then it's 2 left. And we should hit the goal. Yeah. Go! Now it's being spammed. TJ, what's up? Progress is good. If you want to see progress, well, this is the progress in less than 24 hours. Well, yeah, way less than 24 hours. Because I slept for like 6 or 7 hours. So I basically got player movement done, We have a slow motion ability, although it's not used. We have player replication working. We have the ability to reveal the kind of map, both once at start and then as the player moves. The game idea is basically this, right? I'm this cube. This cube I have control over with my keyboard. This cube is gonna mirror the movement that I would do, right, on this side. And this is the actual board. That's Notion for the to-do list. So that cube mirrors my movements every 10 seconds, right? And the game is basically going to be you need to make this cube go into the goal without hitting a bunch of traps and enemies, right? And you need to actually... It's kind of meant to be like a puzzle game, but I think it's more going to be just a game where you try to get a cube to the goal in time and without dying, right? Are you planning on making a realistic lighting like Unreal? I mean, we have somewhat realistic lighting, but we do definitely plan on having like global illumination, which is going to help a lot. And Frank002, thank you so much for following, much appreciated. Yeah, but this is basically the game that you saw, just without any real obstacles, right? And like the game's pretty much, like the basic gameplay is virtually done at this point, right? You see I can die and everything, and if I walk this cube off the map, resets, so yeah. Now I'm just working on sort of implementing what happens when you get to the goal. Kazoo, thank you so much for following. And the idea is you get to this goal. I think this is the idea, at least. I'm gonna have to talk to Tim and Jan about it. You get to the goal with this cube. You effectively take this cube, which I'm controlling, move it here, spawn in a new sort of level over here, and this area that used to be kind of the level becomes like this area that I can move in. So, yeah. Now, what should happen when we reach this? First of all, we should do clear, because we reached. Replicate. We need to turn off replication. I mean, we effectively want everything that happens on death to happen in here. And then we want to change the spawn location to be the current translation, I guess, effectively.
I know it's been a long time since you heard from me. I'm still kicking around here in Tennessee. I heard you got
And that will sort of be the checkpoint.
I heard you got a new job. I heard you got a haircut, and it looks real nice. Are you ever lonely? Do you ever think of? I heard you got a new name. I hope it treats you right. And before you
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna handle the section switching. Because I sort of... I'm probably gonna have to talk to Jan and Tim about that when they wake up. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna... Well, I've set up the goal tile. Talk to Tim and yawn about this. Animate tiles flying up from below. Puzzle mechanics, yeah. Let's do that for now. And that's in level manager. Because currently we are... Sorry, why didn't it open? Thank you. Oh, it's this one. To be honest, just do this. So I have a bit more screen real estate. When we reveal a tile, we call show neighboring tiles. And all that's doing right now is marking it as visible. I can get rid of that. And it's basically just setting the Y position to 0. Because when they're hidden, they're at -100. That's all it's doing. What we kind of want to do is lerp from this sort of hidden value up to 0 over a couple of frames. To make it real crisp and nice. Well, not crisp, it's smooth. But we want to make it real nice. That will require me to do that on update. So let's maybe keep a list here of entity, which will be activated tile entities. It has to be tile data actually. Activated tiles, which will effectively just represent which tiles we should animate. Let's actually tell tiles to animate. Now this calls show tile as well. So I'm probably going to require a bool here that says should animate. And we have to verify all of this. And we'll say if should animate. We will do that add tile data. Otherwise, we immediately set the translation. Just have it default to true, because we're gonna want that to be the default. And that's all. Then on update, if we've shown the initial level, and Tony redeeming posture check. Not gonna let me sit in the programmer pose. Basically just want to do 4 each here. Tiles to animate. We may want them to actually have variable animation rates. Translation. It's gonna be a vector 3 lerp between their current translation and just do vector 3 target location. It's gonna be this, but we're gonna set the Y equal to 0, target location, and let's just have a float tile animation speed, I guess, We'll start that off at 5, which is probably way too low, multiplied by TS. Effectively, this is what we want to do. Then let's check if the distance from that to the target location is less than, say, 0.25. We do this equals target location. Finished tiles. Finished tiles plus plus, which can't be there. It has to be a member. Finished tiles. How many tiles have finished animating? And I mean, this we kind of want to do else if tiles to animate count greater than 0. Finish tiles plus plus if finished tiles is equal to tiles to animate dot count, tiles to animate dot clear. So we see it. We move forward a bit. Let's have a look. It's definitely going to be way too slow. Oh no! Ooh, that was nice. Although I think it might be a bit too fast. I mean, that already looks kind of variable. What happened? Did I die or something? Okay, yeah, I died because there's a hole there. Yeah, I think that's very cool, although we probably want to change this to a bit lower value. Let's try 3. Make it a bit less fast. Is that where the hole is supposed to be? I think so. I just want to make sure that we're not actually dying just because we aren't getting the tiles up quickly enough. Although that shouldn't be the case. It would be very cool to spawn the tiles before the player object moves. Oh, you mean if I move once and we, let me see if I can. I mean, so you mean if I move this block, effectively if I move this here and then when we're replaying, we move this here. That will immediately, well, actually, before we technically enter the tile, these 3 would spawn. Right? Is that kind of what you're getting at? Okay, yeah. That would actually be very cool, because we know at all times where we're going. Yeah, I think it could look quite a bit nicer. So we're doing this in show neighboring tiles, right? And it's here. I mean, it is technically... Technically, it is happening before we actually make the move. Because... But the thing is, it's still happening, like, within the same frame, so you can't tell. Because we know the moves ahead of time. We know that we're gonna make... I think we should basically keep track of the move we're currently going to make. Of the sort of the next move we're gonna make. And when we come here, we say the move. We can do recorded moves at next move index dot position. Except I don't think I can do that. I'd have to do find no. Can I do this? You could also call all functions at 9.5 seconds and move the player 0.5 seconds later. Well, I don't really like dealing with seconds that much, to be honest. But I could just have int. Okay, first of all, can I do this? No, I can't, because it's a linked list. I could do that using link, although I generally try to avoid using link. And this is actually gonna pop it. I mean, it's always gonna be the first move plus 1. Isn't that... Because it's a linked list, shouldn't I just be able to do... Yeah, next. Value, position. It should actually just be that. Although it might cause a bit of weirdness. Yeah, that didn't work. What's up, Frank? Yeah, that wasn't working, so... Because we also need to show... Yeah, that's not doing what I wanted it to. Hang on a minute. Wait a second. What if I did first value position instead of doing the next? That maybe we won't fall through the world at that point. Just depends on how it looks. Yeah, no, we still fall through the world. Yeah. I mean, what if we do first value position? I think they would essentially be the same, but maybe not. Right, because if we don't have a next move, then we obviously can't do this. We could just do if first not equal to null, because I'm assuming it's like not a struct. Yeah, I know it's a clause. You could also always call the current and the next move to show tiles, but not in the case of the last move. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have a think. And I'm also gonna go through the toilets, so I'll be back in a mo.
Sometimes love is a dancer in the dark, spinning, laughing, twirling through the back door of your heart. And every time I think of you, well, something happens in my mind. And every time I try to leave, you're keeping me occupied. I'm losing track of time. Losing track of time. Sometimes love is a thought we held too long. Sometimes it's alright just to be a little wrong, with no sense of consequence, the strength to carry on. The day breaks in the darkest places right before the dawn. So if you ever lie awake with situations in your mind, and you try to sleep it off, but night keeps on passing by, you're losing track of time. Losing track of time. Sometimes love is a reason to hold on, blowing like a hurricane right inside of me and you. No blues or avenues take away my strength. When love's standing holding hands right here by my side. So if you wanna take a ride and see what happens down the road, find yourself a pair of gloves and get yourself a warmer coat. Oh yes, we'll be doing fine. Just losing track of time. Just losing track of time.
All right, I'm back. I'm probably gonna take another break pretty soon, because I want to go and get an energy drink from. I'll have to go to the store to buy it because I don't have any at home. But I'm gonna try and get some stuff done first. Let's see. You could always call the current and the next move to show tiles, but not in the case of the last move. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing here, though. Because, well, am I, though? Yeah, I am, actually. Because target location means we've already popped a move from the list, right? If we have a valid one. Meaning that recording moves done first is now the next move we're gonna make after we reach target location. So I guess if I do this, we won't get that null reference. And we should sort of get what you were talking about, I think. Why did that appear? Does that happen when I don't do this? Because that should not be appearing. Interesting. That's very interesting. How that appears even though it shouldn't when I try and play out the next move. Oh. I think we're gonna have to do some raycasting. The detective were trying to enter a tile. They were trying to go past something. Yeah, the first move definitely looked janky as hell. And also there's that weird bug where if I move like that, this tile over here appeared. I don't know where. Yeah, what's up with that? Like, that makes no sense. I guess maybe... Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. And for now, I'll leave that out. And I'm gonna have to make it so you can't walk through this. Because currently, if I just mash forward, we're gonna pass straight through this. Yeah. What if I do it slowly? Yeah, they're not colliding. Which is strange. If I give this an explicit rigid body, that's static. Let's see what happens. Yeah. I think it's because we're moving the transform of this, but the rigid body isn't... Like, it's not able to check collisions with the physics system because we're effectively skipping right past this. So, didn't actually mean to do that. What we need to do is before we do this, we need to effectively check that that's a valid place for us to go. Which we could do pretty easily, I think, by effectively doing a physics raycast with our current translation as the origin in the direction of this location with a max distance of like 1.2, I think. And to get a direction, I need to do And if this returns true, then we hit something. Although I'm not sure if this is correct. It might be. I think. Let's just give it a go. And we have to make that move, otherwise it won't work. Oh yeah, it's doing something. And I forgot to attach this, that's why we're not seeing... let's make sure we do that correctly. Just move there, and then wait. Okay, what's the hit? We hit an entity, which is... We hit ourself. Okay. Hit ourself. And then we died. Or what? What happened? I have no idea what happened there. That was weird. Yeah, because the origin, we need to offset it in the forward direction. Or, I guess, in the direction we're moving, we need to offset it by a bit. Which I think is this. We could literally just check the direction here. Yes. Stop debugging. Clear. Move. So that should then be in... That's the Z-axis, I think. First of all. Positive Z-axis. Is that correct? Yes, it is. Good. I can map. And it's normalized. So, we'll do this plus target direction offset by 0.5. So 0.5, basically half a tile in that direction is, well, we can make that even smaller actually, because 0.1 will make it start there. Make this tiny as well. Actually, yeah, no, we can't do that. 1.5. Let's do 0.6. Should be good. And then the direction is just going to be target direction. And let's say that. And we know if we hit something there, it's an illegal move. Yeah, and we did hit something. So invalid move, since we can't pass whatever is ahead of us. And we know that we're going to be try and move towards that because, you know, we're literally checking in that direction. So, what should happen? Set target location back to just translation. I mean, to be honest, what I could do is just do vector 3 target location like this. Use that instead. And say that if we do this, if we don't hit anything, we can do target location equals that. And we know we can't move any further, so we need to do recorded moves clear. Literally that should now prevent us from going through this. If I do that. I'm guessing we hit ground. Nope. No, we didn't hit anything. So why isn't he moving? That's super weird. Let's make sure it's actually this cube we're hitting. Let's just call it moving cube. Yeah. And I mean, if we hit that, clear all the moves. I guess it depends on when we hit it. But target location equals to translation. Got a node. Thank you so much for following. I mean, if it's this and we have moves left to make, we should also check. Because in here we're gonna do recorded moves clear. Is the idea. Let's see if that works. Or if we get that weird stopping thing. Oh. Ho ho. Nice. That's very nice. Okay. I'm gonna take a short break to head to the store and get some energy drink. And then when I get back, I'm gonna work on something. I mean, we can sort of say that's done. So I guess start working on puzzle mechanics is what I'm gonna do once I get back. When did you start developing Hazel? I started working on Hazel, like me personally, I started working on Hazel like I think start of 2021 or start of 2020. No, start of 2021 I started working on Hazel. Me personally. And then I got hired in March of this year. Literally the day before Let 'Em Dare, I think. And Gavin's Awful Stream, thank you so much for following. Jan started working on Hazel in 2017, 2016? No, had to be 2018, I think, that he started. Added gold tile and obstacle wall checking. Needs another engine breaker at some point. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Tiles also animate when they appear. Cool. Yeah, what's up, Gavin's Awful Stream? Good to have you, although I'm gonna be taking a bit of a break now to get some sweet energy drink, which is terrible for you, but very tasty. So, I don't know, I'll probably be back in like half an hour, I think. I'm gonna keep the stream running, but I'll be back in like half an hour. Because it takes a while to walk through the store. So yeah. See you guys later, I guess. Bye-bye.
country, past old-timey scenes. Big birds were singing in the tall willow trees. Mighty fine. 3 words written on a paper bag. I miss you was written in a message in black. Thrown in a van, it's 1,000 miles back. A better time. And how many souls and times that I've told, places that I'd want to be. And how many days when I could have stayed instead of just getting up to leave. And given we make time, I'll meet you down the line. A long coat walking on a New York street. A pack of crushed cigarettes that fell to her feet. Well, ain't it odd how some people meet? But that's the truth. And 2 pictures buried in a guitar case. Underneath the music sheets all over the place. I caught a glimpse of the sweetest girl's face I ever knew. And how many souls and times that I've told of places that had like to be. And how many days when I could have stayed instead of just getting up to leave. And given we make time, I'll meet you down the line. And all the days from now to then, if they never seem to come or to go, find me in your memories that keep you from getting so low. And given we make time, I'll meet you down the line. Down the line, we'll meet up down the line. Down the line. Long coat, walking on a New York street. Pack of crushed cigarettes fell to her feet. Then it all house on a Pepsi tree. Two pictures buried in guitar picks. Underneath the music sheets all over the place.
let your body go. Hungry heart, it's not easy to start over. I've been there a couple of times, starting over. Know that when the night comes over you, rushes into you, you will shed that skin. Oh, it feels like a long run uphill. Just stay still. Take the smallest breaths, the shortest steps. It's enough. Take it easy and let your feelings out. Don't push them aside. Don't hide. Know that when the night comes over you, rushes into you will shed that skin. Oh, it feels like a long run uphill. Just stay still. Rushes into you will shed that skin. Oh, it feels like a long run uphill. Just stay still. Know that when the night comes over you, rushes into you will shed that skin. Oh, it feels like a long run uphill. Just stay still. Oh.
Well, I left Chattanooga, boy, had $1 and a dime. Headed out for Nashville on the Hard Rock Line. I'm working on that old steamboat and learned to rob and steer. When my feet had touched dry land, how happy I did feel. Been saving every penny for to make up through the fall. Working for that dollar, but it never adds up at all. Coming around the riverbank, heard the old train whistle sang. The very next thing you hear from me, I've been tied to a ball and chain. Well, come this time tomorrow, reckon I don't know where I'll be. But if it wasn't for that old sheriff, I'd be back in Tennessee. Playing cards and crap games, not looking for the score. And if I ever get back home again, I'll never roam no more. Gather round, you good time boys, listen to my
What's up? I'm back. Ron Shax. Yes, I'm dead. At least mentally. Yeah, I did not realize how tired I was until I got some fresh air. But I'm extremely tired. Also, I did see that we are... Well, I'm seeing that... yeah. Front page. My live stream is currently on the front page of ldgen.com, which I did not realize. Let's see if we can get some work done. Let me just adjust my microphone a bit. That's better. Puzzle mechanics. I mean, I would love to actually get the axe prefab swinging. No, I don't. It's the normal. The original. Agitated Cash. Thank you so much for the follow. Looked brown when you picked it up first time. It's probably the lighting. Okay, so here's the problem with this axe. It's supposed to be swinging, right? Origin is wrong. The origin, in order for it to swing properly, has to be like pretty much at the center of this chain. I don't know why Tim didn't do that. Probably he didn't realize that. He probably just didn't think about it. I mean, I think technically I could hack it. I do this and make it so that the axe itself is like there, and then I rotate this entity. That does work. So I guess in the end it doesn't really matter. The guy I lay with came home with 4 monster mules, which he paid like 50. So if I remember correctly, the Swedish crown and the Norwegian crown is pretty much 1-to-1 now, and that's like nothing. Like this one cost, this single monster cost, I think like 20 Swedish crowns. Also, Pringles cans have become extremely expensive, like 30 Swedish crowns, whereas it used to be like 20, I think.
Promise of heaven and the warning of hell.
So there is a slight problem here. Normally it costs 25. Damn. There is one problem here. How do we make this swing? Right, we could write a script that does it through transforms, right, like transformation basically. Thing is, though, it would be really cool if we could have it be like a joint, effectively. The problem is the joints in Hazel, well, they don't exist in this particular branch. It's the original flavor, Frank, the green one. Trying to conceptualize a distributed database system that apps can use. Cool. Also got some Doritos, which I'm gonna try to not crunch on them all the time, because I know that can be extremely annoying to listen to.
And the fiddle would play. Well, the folks called it wrong, but hell, it seemed alright. In the sun-painted picture.
Forgot to buy chips. Yeah. Just hacking a simple methods in. Yeah.
You bring the kisses, honey. I'll bring the wine.
Does this actually have a collider that works?
Too soon it'll fall.
Doesn't look like it.
When one walks back home,
Now it does.
only one knows it all.
Although it can't have a
Well, she walked up the hillside. Lone one day,
that's not
hard
right.
as a hunter,
Might just be a bug with the visualization.
always knows of its prey.
Surprisingly, Doritos are actually cheaper than Pringles here now, because Pringles is like, they increased it by 30%, like the price. Yeah, no worries, Marka. I'm buying ships for the weekend. Battleships or cruise ships. Okay. I'm gonna try something real quick. Just to see if that is just a debug visualization thing, or if it's like an actual weird bug. Let's make this a rigid body, make it dynamic. The fact that we have the green visualization means it's means it has a convex collider, and so that will be used for collision detection. Yeah, that's not actually just a visual bug. That's an actual. The convex mesh is rotated weirdly. Yeah. No idea who slipped in that bug. I don't think it's me, because I have never seen it before. Try the spikes here. Jesus, they're big. They're absolutely huge. At least it doesn't cause Hazel to crash. Yeah, that's true. The player does, but, well, no, actually, the player doesn't cause Hazel to crash anymore. I fixed it. Let's force cook. Okay, so it is probably not an actual bug with Hazel, technically. Might just be that we're not... I don't know, why would this be the case? Do I have access to the source mesh for the X? Oh wait, we have the player base mesh or the player source mesh. That means I can actually fix the broken prefab. Let me save this real quick. I'll go into meshes, player. You're referencing that. I think that is that correct? Let's just make sure. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. That should have now fixed the player prefab being borked. Well, if you just drag this out, yeah, that fixed it. It's no longer borked. So prefab good? No, prefab not good. Because it probably doesn't have it at all. Player mesh. Oh, that's actually really nice. Now, why are you red? And you don't have the animation controller, which trying to reload invalid assets. What? I mean, what if I try this out? That doesn't have an animation controller at all. Oh, fun bugs. H and C. So is it referencing some weird shit? Skeleton. Yeah, I mean, it's referencing the wrong skeleton. It's probably referencing everything incorrectly. That's the skeleton. And then we have this is referencing the same. So that would be this one. And how do I reload that stuff? Well, let's not reload it, first of all. Let's just make sure. Okay, that still looks correct. My program immediately crashes when I connect Bluetooth BLE. Dope. Clear. Player. I mean, it's still marked as red, but That could just be because we haven't updated it. Because if I give it that, and it failed to cook the mesh collider, but that's fine because we didn't update the actual prefab. Player mesh. Oh, if I try, I can't update it. Why? I think we actually have a thing. Advanced mode. Haha. Electric car program. Oh, you're talking to Tony? Yeah, you see, it's referencing the wrong prefab ID. Haha. And yeah. All good now. So, but that's weird. Because I dragged it in and it was referencing the wrong prefab ID somehow. That tells me there's a bug somewhere. In prefab instantiation. That would be editor layer. Asset drop. Because we try to get it. The prefab we call instantiate. So we grab all of those, we create an entity from them. And this should have a prefab component by default.
Well, maybe it was fate.
So I may have to
I could have sworn I've seen your face before.
send Jan a message about that.
I was way too shy. What would have happened if you just had passed me by the night? We keep on drinking, keep on wishing for someone out there to hold. All those little moments, the bus you didn't catch me looking over your shoulder, just at the right time. Those little moments all led me you, only God knew about. All those little moments. Well, maybe it was fate or a part of his plan. Giving me you was like giving me another chance. Thank God that you said hi, 'cause I was way too shy. What would have happened if you just had passed me by the night? We keep on drinking, keep on wishing for
Just writing a message to Tim about my findings here. All right. and the axe has okay, something is seriously fucked with handles. Or something. Because I cook this, hit save, right? And we can check under cache colliders. We have a mesh. We close. We run, and it should still have the collider, but I don't think it does. Nope, doesn't. Doesn't have the collider. Yeah, I'm gonna need to jump on a call with Jan before I head off, I think. It's only I have chips. Did you run to the store to buy them? Okay. You walked. Sure. Closes in an hour. Yeah, I think most stores here where I live have closed now. We have one that's open until like 11 p.m. Okay. We have a couple of problems, right? Issues. Bulleted. Issue number 1. Mesh colliders aren't, well, okay, no, I don't think that's necessarily a bug, but I sort of think it is. But there seems to be a big problem with the asset manager right now. The biggest one is prefabs have the wrong prefab entities instantly reference the wrong prefab handle when dragged into the scene. But this doesn't happen for every prefab though. It's specifically the player. Player prefab. Almost every store within 15-minute walk closes at 11 p.m. Yeah. That's the case in like the bigger cities in Sweden as well. Well, I mean, in some places like Stockholm, they don't close until like 1 a.m. or something. Some are open 24/7. So player prefab instantly references the wrong prefab handle. There seems to be a big problem with the actual player mesh, in that the the player animation controller is invalid somehow. Yeah. Floor tile invalid. No. Woo. That, no. Okay. What file was that? No, the thing is, I'm not counting those because they're crashes that happen on shutdown. And so they may as well not be a crash. But I just yeeted a file somehow. Well, I think it was a prefab. No, it was a mesh. It was a static mesh in here. That would have been the X floor tile. That would have been the lava tile. So let me copy that. Lava tile.hmesh. HS mesh, like so. And we should be good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Floor tile somehow invalid. Floor tile. HS mesh, well, static mesh invalid. Yep. I mean, I can probably fix that, but yeah, the player doesn't have an animation controller somehow. Everything else seems new. Doesn't shift the selection context properly when you do that. So everything's fine aside from the prefab is wrong, the animation controller is apparently invalid, and the floor tile static mesh is also invalid. Aside from that, I think everything else works. Now I want to try something. If I take player, it's dynamic, import all of this, create an animation controller. Let's do it under test. Right, because I want to see if I do this, what happens. Will it be valid? Create. Yeah, if I do that, it's valid. Somehow. I suspect what ended up happening was the merge that I did ended up destroying some stuff. Okay. In that case, I suppose for floor tile it would also just be fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna delete that. Meshes. Gonna delete that. Yeah, I'm just gonna nuke that, to be honest. And just recreate them from the ground up. So axe, which I don't think needs to be dynamic. Don't generate a collider. We'll say meshes. Just plop it in there. And then we have floor tile, which again static. There we go, now we have that. Awesome. Lava tile. We have that. Player, which is dynamic. It has all of this. Create. That's an actual crash. I'll count that. 12. It crashed because So it's actually not able to create the animation controller. It's not capable of creating it somehow. Why? It did it before. Yeah, no. You can't import something with an animation controller. That's garbage. That I can fix. This, I'm not sure. Can't create animation controller. Which is super annoying. Guess we're gonna have to debug. Fun. Because it creates the mesh, but then it tries to create the animation controller and it fails. Debug. Jack the Fox Otter. What's up? Had to put on a hoodie. Okay. Now, where was that crash? It was... Ah, come on. Well, I guess we can just get it to crash and figure out where that's happening. Hopefully I can fix it. If it's something simple, then we're good. I can fix it. But I haven't really played around with the animation system in Hazel, so don't think I will actually be able to fix it. In which case, Jan will have to take a look. Toner dehydrate. Recovering from COVID. Damn. Just finished Boneworks. Now staring at my code trying to figure out if I can actually get work done again. Oh! Did you... You're the developer of Boneworks? Really? I've been seeing some good stuff about Boneworks, actually. Jan actually recommended that we play it. Isn't it pretty rare to get COVID nowadays? It still happens. Oh, you finished playing. Okay, yeah. I know that the at least one of the developers of Boneworks actually do tend to hang out in programming streams. Just finished. Yeah. Yeah, COVID. That sucks. I thankfully have not had COVID, at least not to my knowledge. Models. Let's see if we can figure it out. Man, I'm starting to get really tired. Create. Okay. Let's go up here. Step in. Yeah. Oh. Wait, what? Okay, so... So it actually fails to deserialize it. It's deserialization? Where is it trying to load that from? Animation slash... So it's trying to load this one. And it's being used by another process. But it loads nothing. I mean, plenty of people do still get COVID. Yeah, it just doesn't write out any data at all. Plenty of people do still get COVID. It's just... It's trying to serialize it to an asset pack. No, it's trying to do this. But it's... Generally, when it happens, it's not fatal anymore. Okay. I have no idea where that call was coming from. Because it's trying to write out the YAML file, and then it just doesn't write anything, and then it tries loading it. This is likely to be by node graph-based serialization. Yeah, but this doesn't actually work. If this is the thing that does it. Like, this doesn't happen. Put a breakpoint there and there. Then in here, let's go animation. And I'll delete all of these. Gone. I'll delete that. And I'll delete that. Meshes. Player. Anything else that starts with player? No. Models. Dynamic. Import, create. Whatever. Okay. We get here. Which comes from create asset serialize. Okay, so it creates a blank asset. This is coming from somewhere. It's coming from here. It's possible that before we even have time to write anything to it, it's trying to deserialize it. Program boring business stuff professionally, but right now working on Blender add-on. That's cool. Because right now it won't have anything in it. It's just blank. So we write it, we won't actually... I mean, we are writing something here. Although it... And then we set skeleton asset, which does exist. We have an animation asset. And we add a state. And then we call serialize with the animation controller. So grab the metadata, serialize. We have all the data. We open up that. It's good. We go when we serialize stuff. It's gonna work now. It might have actually gotten confused. Yeah. And then it writes that into the file. And then we try load, and now it works, I think. Yeah, now it worked. Igorzik, what are you doing right now? How's game going? Game is going good. I am trying to figure out why animation controller kept crashing the engine. And I don't know why, but now it worked. So sure. Let's see. Can find a new playlist. Okay, but it seems to be working now, so... I'm so confused. But if it works, I guess. Let's try Spike. That works. Okay. The meshes now work. Now, is there anything special about the player prefab? No, it's just a prefab. Doesn't have anything extra. So let's delete it, make it a prefab. Hit save. And if I drag that out, all good. Yeah, Tim created this animation today, and I have been having problems trying to get it in to the engine. It's the player model. Basically, the animation itself is gonna play when the player moves from tile to tile. And I'm gonna have to adjust the tile sizes. Yeah, it looks really good. So these are effectively just gonna become this. Although we arguably don't have to make it a prefab. Because I don't think we're gonna be needing to reuse it in multiple scenes. Okay. I have never used animation from C#. So I guess I just set this to false initially, just have that not play, then start playing it when we move, and when we finish a move we stop playing it. Yeah. So if I wanted to make this player so we'll need the script and a rigid body. Does it need a rigid body though? I mean, sure, if we wanted to fall to the ground, yeah, but I don't think we actually need one. We could have one if we wanted to, of course. Not sure why this is using a mesh collider. Can you manipulate the speed of the animation from C#? Yeah, I think you can. Playback speed and animation time. Doesn't need a mesh collider though. Can have a box collider if anything. Box collider. Show me the collider. On top, thank you. Oh, Tim likes his origins put in a weird place. I think 0.75 would be correct. I just made an API for stuff, and no, I have no idea on which bit corresponds to what. Awesome. I'm drunk. Yeah. I wish I was. Okay. .8 maybe? Sure. I assume it's symmetrical. Yes, but I need to go up a bit. Probably 0.8. Okay. Update. So now we have a box collider instead. I mean, I would like it to be dynamic. Not static. Yeah. Hazel's making Peter sad. Yeah, somewhat. I should do like a drunk stream at some point. Be hilarious. Now it's gonna need the player's script on it as well. Script. Player. Can delete that. Move this as a child of sandbox. We will need replicated player. We will need ground tiles. Movement time 10. Level limit, this needs to be like -1. Nope, -2. -1.5. Ah, it's supposed to be -1, I think. I wonder what kind of program I'd make when I'm fully drunk. Tequila, get out. Tequila is disgusting. Now, I think this needs to update its reference to player. Time manager. Random non-existing player. Lava tile, whatever, get out. Okay. I think everything... We don't need movement replicator anymore. That's redundant. No, I drink Jaeger. Jägermeister. That's the good shit. As long as it's actually German and not Danish. If it's Danish, it's disgusting. Let's have it be a bit up. Oh yeah. It's working. We successfully swapped that. Cool. And I can probably just say play the animation. Oh yeah. Although I think it would be nice if we could set playback speed to be a bit faster. Yeah. Alright. Cool. Now let's see if we can get it to work when we actually do move the player. We're gonna need a private animation component, I guess. Animation controller equals get component animation component. Using auto trigger on blinkers or something is not that great of an idea. Fireball and cola. I've had Fireball and I think Red Bull, which I really liked because it basically tasted it tasted like Christmas pretty much. Super good actually. Okay. So we're gonna need animation. It's animation playing equals true. What if you rotate the animation? I can't do that. Like, I have no idea how to do that. I mean, I could rotate a cube, obviously, but I think that idea is for it to kind of be almost look like it's jumping or kind of vanishing and then reappearing. elsewhere. We should have a on target reached. Set that to false in that case. And maybe that works. Let's make sure. Yep. Okay. Oh. That did not play nearly quickly enough. Cause he okay. I'm gonna have to increase the animation time a lot or slow down the player movement. I think if I set the player movement to be the same as the animation speed, it does have time. It doesn't always have time to do it. Yeah, English can be hard. I've had a lot of problems with grammar and shit like that. Make that slightly less. Okay. Like, that's interesting. That's definitely weird. Now, what's this? Okay, that's just a garbage state, basically. Native is Ukrainian, yeah. I think 10's gonna be way too quick. Well, I don't know, actually. There's, like, what the hell is that? And why does this happen? Like, it's like it doesn't have time to finish the animation. Animation time, 0. Right? Now this actually does look not awful, but it doesn't look great either. Is the thing. That means you're only listening to the audio and not watching the actual stream. Supposedly. Because the thing is, the player movement speed and the animation speed kind of has to match in order for it to actually sync. That's not terrible. What if we make it even lower? I think I liked 5 better. We're gonna have to replace this one with a similar one, I think. Maybe colored differently. Seems awake. What time is it for him? Okay, yeah, it's almost 8 a.m. So, the replicated player should also be this. So let's duplicate it. Move it into level. Yep. Let's copy the transform. Paste it. Hang on. Did I paste it? Yeah, I pasted it to the red place. There. Okay, this is actually kind of annoying. There. This is at -1. But if I put this at 1, it's not actually in the correct place. And I'm gonna have to fix these up. I can kind of notice one problem here, though. The actual tiles are probably not 1 by 1 by 1. In fact, I think they're... Yeah. They are, in fact, 2 meters across. Not 1. Which is going to complicate the code. Because if we go into the level manager, we index them by the position, meaning we'd have to support. Yeah, I think this is gonna be a problem. Possibly. Okay. Tell you what. Delete that row, delete. Yeah, delete that too. Then I'm gonna take this, put it into row. Let's copy the transform of this. Paste. Delete. First of all, I think this is gonna have to be 1. Oh, it's 1 exactly. And -4. Let's just do the smart way. Negative. Yeah. We're gonna have to take a look at how we can deal with this, because I assumed we would have 1 by 1 meter tiles. Commander John Alex, thank you so much for following. I want to make it so it's, I kind of wanted it to be 1 by 1 in the X and Z direction, and then the height doesn't actually matter, right? Oh, and I say I screwed up because the Y scale is wrong. What kind of orchestra is this? Yeah, it's 2 by 2 currently. I mean, I could scale them. I could. Yeah, I was gonna say, I can scale them, of course. That shouldn't be a problem. In fact, I may have to do that. I mean, I can scale the player as well. Done. Not sure how the animation is gonna look. The thing is, if I scale it down and these are 1 by 1 by 1, that makes it a lot easier from a code point of view. Because my code is kind of written to not deal with 2 by 2 meter objects. Is the thing. Actually eat those. I could tweak the code so it can deal with 2 by 2 meter objects, of course, but that's gonna be annoying. Sounds like more work. 4.5 1 point, nope, 0.5. Yeah. Let's just delete those, duplicate, and I think it's, so it's in the X. 0.5. Also do 0.5, 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5. Okay. I can't just multiply. Well, I mean, technically, yeah, I could multiply the coordinates by 2, but that won't necessarily work correctly, is the thing. So I think this is positive, yeah. And of course, like, this is literally just me testing out, just using this to test, like, code. I'm gonna leave the, a lot of the level designing to Tim, because he's the artist. Right now I'm literally just testing the systems. I actually really like this texture. You broke your input system. That sucks, Tony. This one can be at 0. This one can be at... Nope. You go to -1. Reset your animation time. And I believe the... What's this? Okay, no. That looks correct. Cool. This is gonna need script. It's gonna need the play replicator. Level managing entity is gonna be that. What's the movement time of this player? It's 5. Hold on. That's replicated player. Just so we can tell the difference. Time manager. Alright, before I test this, I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. So, see you guys in a second. ETCapWN, thank you so much for following. Much appreciate. Let's save and hit play. What happened? Invalid entity, null reference. We're referencing a null entity? Yes, we are. There. Now, we good? Yeah, except the collider is quite right. It looks correct, but I don't think it is. Now I think it's correct. No, it's not. If it doesn't crash, it works. Yeah, pretty much. 0.4, because I don't think 0.8 is actually correct. I can actually check. Yeah, 0.4 is correct. Replicated player. I have to remember that this needs to be a static rigid body. Otherwise it's gonna fall. Alright. What happened? Null reference. Time manager. $47. How is that no? I'm calling bullshit. Vilskamaisteri, thank you so much for following. What's no? That exists. So does the instance doesn't exist? Yeah, no, it does. Oh, the rigid body component doesn't exist. I didn't read the message. Yeah, that's correct. Cause the rigid body is on the child entity. 14th crash is null. New. Does the rigid body have to be on there? I think maybe it does. Kingo boy, hello from Denmark. Good to see we have some Nordic folks in here. And thank you so much for following. Okay, so this is the problem here. Rigid body is on the child. I don't think we have like get component in. Yeah, no, we don't. That would actually be a very useful addition to the C# API. Merlin, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'd get component in children. Tell you what, for now, I'm gonna do this the way I don't really want to do it by doing this. See if child has components. Rigid body. We'll do this. For now. Eventually, this is gonna turn into a get component in children with rigid body component. Because that can be it can be a lot more efficient to iterate over the children in C++ as opposed to in C#. Because if you do that in C#, you end up with heap allocations and you end up using a lot of GC memory eventually. Tony, with the hydrate, I'll allow it. So yeah, and I'm gonna have to do this every time. Update body type. Rigid body type. And markup with the stretch. And we'll just call update body type. Static. So it turns out I did not break my input system. I just had to set hand off the file so it would trigger on release as well. Awesome. Do we do this body type anywhere else? Not that I can tell. And I'm gonna leave a quick comment to do here. Replace with get components in children. What happened there? Replicator 86. Beg your pardon? That's a bracket. How do I have... Hi Peter, greetings from Norway. Will Cherno and Tim be joining you tonight? Yep, probably. Tim's awake. I don't know about Jan. I suspect he's awake too, but we'll see when they start streaming. Not gonna end until after they start. But right now, the question here is how? The hell? How did I forget? I forgot to build, maybe? That would be kind of stupid. how is this broken? Like, what's up with this garbage? Do they end up like just completely disappearing? Okay, they're all down there. We can see them. Yeah, and some of these just don't. For some reason. Which is kind of suspicious. Because that's the animation thing. Put a breakpoint. Yeah, they're not finishing the animation. Why do we have 4,400 tiles to animate? That doesn't sound correct. I'm guessing it's a positional thing. So we have 9. This has 10. So that should be a total of 90. Alright, 10 times 9. No, that's 900, not 90. No, kidding. That's 90. We should have 90 tiles. Right. So let's check in here. Let's put a breakpoint in here first of all. Make a move. And the text is gone as well, I see. Which... Okay, so we have 3 here. It is a floor tile. Okay, I guess maybe my system here is flawed. Because first of all, could be because of the scale. Because I literally changed nothing apart from the scale. Yeah. Scale is the only real thing I changed. So that's marked as static. So why is it broken? I mean, I could, of course, do this. Great. Garbage collection. That's another crash. Do a rebuild on this. Okay, the time left thing is still there. That's good. Yeah. It's super weird. Why that's happening, I don't know. I did not need to close down Hazelnut. I literally only had to change. Let's see if we don't animate them, what happens then. Yeah, they just... So the X and Z values are incorrect. Or we're referencing the wrong entity. Okay, because it should be like 0.5, 0.5. 0.5, 0.5. Oh. Didn't this used to be world translation? I mean, no, because it's working. We use world position for X and Z as the index. Is that incorrect? possible. Although it's been working just fine so far. No. It's not working. So it should be world position here. But this shouldn't matter, because even if it's local, that's going to be literally at the top. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong here. But clearly something's wrong. The expected behavior is that when this time runs out, the tiles around the player here should appear. But that's not what happens. They appear over here. Right? So these ones are showing up, whereas it should be basically this, and this. And that used to be a thing that happened, but not anymore. Add an animation controller here, but that doesn't matter, I don't think. That shouldn't matter. Oh yeah, Twitch and their freaking ads. I have no clue. Yeah. I really appreciate that, Marka, by the way. Attach that, hit play. See what happens. Okay. Ends in 4 days, but yeah, it's whatever. Okay. 0, which should be the one directly underneath it. Tile. Yep. Show tile. That's correct. So we grab the tile data. Let's check translation. Negative 4.5, comma 0.5. Aha. Yeah. That definitely explains why it's doing that, but that doesn't explain why it didn't do it before. Eddie, what's up? Not amazingly right now because my amazing tile setup broke. Alright, I'm wondering if I should approach this differently. The problem with using a jagged array is we cannot have negative entries, right? If I could use just the actual world position of the tiles as an index, that would solve all problems, right? And so, I think this is where our friend dictionary comes in. Because that's gonna make this a bit easier. And we don't even strictly need that. We just do a for each entity, row entity, in children. And we do another for each entity, tile entity, in row entity, dot children. What the hell are you complaining about? You have in. Stop lying to me, piece of crap. We need our tile data. We need our world pulse, which tile key, x, which is gonna be int world position dot x, y int world position dot z. Yeah, and then we do that. Get rid of that garbage. Yeah, and then we need to find it. So basically just make a tile key. Say new. Tile key. We should just be able to do that because it's floor. Int position.z. Does not contain the definition for z. My bad. That should be z, not y. B. We do that. We don't need to do this. We can just do a Yeah. Because we just do if not file entities contains key, fail. Then we do that. This is where it's gonna get kind of interesting. I could just make this still take in these ints. Yeah, I'm fixing my garbage shit. File key. X, tile X, Y, no, Z, tile C. We're fixing. And we snag those. We do int tile X equals that. Tile Z equals that. I gotta love how everything is always garbage crap that's broken. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so we can still do that. Here it's a bit different, I think. Well, file, entities, keys. Key.x, key.y, no z, my bad. And now we're actually using the... Why did you decide to start crashing shit? You absolute piece of garbage. The scripting engine hasn't been crashing at all today. Until just now. Okay. Hit play. Yeah, looking promising. Really? That didn't fix shit. How did that not fix it? Where, there's my code, thanks. Okay. God damn it. Is this a local position? Because if that's a local position and not a world position, then I'm gonna be pissed. Because we need world position. Okay. Because this is gonna be the position of replicated player, which is currently at 0 local. And it's a child of this, which is... Okay. We do that. It should go negative, I think. Negative, no, positive Z when it moves. Okay. So it starts with its own position, which is correct. It is at 0, 0. Because this is the replicated player. So it's 0, 0. We go to show tile. We create the key. It contains it. We grab it. The key is based on the Okay, but this is... Wait, what? But the key is based on the position of the entity, on the world position of the entity. So, what the fuck? This should not be correct. Doing this. But let's see if we can find one. Negative 0.5, positive 0.5 in the X. That should get rounded down to 0, I think, because it's a floor. So let's do if tile entity translation dot x is negative 0.5 f and tile entity translation z is positive 0.5 f. I'll just do this so I have something to break on. Do a build and hopefully... Okay, the engine crashed, yeah. Fucking mono. I've been rebuilding this so many times today, and it hasn't crashed. We're trying to insert something with the same key. Because, yeah, of course we would. Which is why I use world position in the first place. It's gonna crash again. I used world position because that allowed me this time it didn't crash. I'm so confused. Okay, so we have a row entity. It's row. We should have 9 children, all being rows. And we have a tile entity, which is a floor tile, which has a translation of... Okay, so this is the one that's to the furthest to the left. Now we're getting... How does that have a world position of 0? How does that have a world position of 0? Okay, because that's this block. It physically should not be possible for it to have a world position of 0. It has a world position of 0, because that's the origin of the world. I know why that... Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I shifted everything so that these guys would always have a positive value when it came to the world transform. Specifically so I could use that jagged array. Now, which row was it? It's this row, right? Yeah. And that's why it has a world position of 0. So the problem is that we're using a local position and comparing it against a world position. Because in show neighboring tiles, we pass in the local position. Yeah, I'm a moron. Everywhere we use this, we need to pass in a world transform. Meaning... Okay, because we do that in here as well. Meaning target location has to be... that. And that. And that. It can't be. Because in player base, we set translation. Okay. Tell you what. There's an easy fix for this. Don't crash. Thanks. There's a very easy fix for this. That doesn't require me to pass in anything special. Okay? And it's literally this. Done. These are now passing in the world position. Voila. Now the player still fell through, but at least it's, you know, showing the right tiles, which is nice. The question is, why the hell does it take so long? Because if we take a look now, they disappear. 1 second should pass. 1 second has passed since long ago. It's when it switches. No. No. Never mind. I'm dumb. Ignore me. Now we just have to figure out why it's falling through the world. Because it didn't used to do that. It's this one. It's static by default, which is all good. Do you fall through the world? Yes, you do. Okay. Wait, no, 0.8. I don't even trust my own code at this point. Because I don't think, yeah, that's not, 0.8 isn't correct. 0.4 for an offset is correct. Because it should be half offset, half size offset, I guess. Okay. So, it's this code that runs, and then we update the body type, right? This should now be happening instantly. It shouldn't do any animation. Let's try reducing gravity. see if that's enough to make it work. It's interesting how it actually still falls through. Because it almost looked like it was just glitching in. Yeah, it's just falling straight through, it doesn't collide. Interesting. Why? Do these not have... Oh god, I'm tired. They don't have colliders. The floor tiles don't have colliders. That's why it's falling through. Why didn't I check that immediately? Holy crap, I'm glad we have multi-selection at this point. Oh, otherwise I would have just resigned. I would have gone, nope. Not sure if this is actually correct. It could be a visual glitch. That it's not looking correct, or it could be... Because I think scaling does weird shit with... although its origin is actually there. So yeah, that's probably not just a visual thing. Yeah, no, it's not. Not quite correct, but doesn't matter too much, to be honest. And then we scale them up to 1, 1. And then I'm gonna copy. Make sure we copy only 1. I'm gonna go into these, select them, I'm gonna add box collider. I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna paste. Thank God for multi-select. I mean, it wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world if I had to go through and delete and then re-add all of them. But this is slightly less pain. Save. Close that up because I don't want to look at that crap anymore. And we can probably bring this guy back down to like there. I imagine that would be safe as long as we remember to make it static again. Okay, so we see it, we move, we move, we move, we move. Software is finally sort of looking like how I imagine it. Awesome. Right. Yeah. Slight problem here. I need to go in here. I need to do dynamic. And I need to lock those. And I need to do that for the player as well. And if I switch this back to static, it will actually remember the lock flags. Does it crash like Hazel? Hazel makes you a better person. I beg your pardon? Why does that one ascend into the heavens? It's it's resisting a gravity that's like 10 times stronger than Earth's gravity. And it's still static. Yeah, Hazel does enter play mode so fast. So that didn't actually get changed to a non-static one, which is interesting, to say the least. Because that means this is failing. Somewhere along the line. Enable is true, so it should be set to rigid body dynamic. Why didn't you step in? Why didn't you... Absolute piece of garbage. Want to see at some point how my app is looking. Yeah, definitely. I'd forgotten to build. It still does the ascension. Weirdly enough. Let's actually check that it does update its type correctly. It does. But why is it ascending into the heavens? That makes no sense. Implement a few more things, polish, no, polling, and then it's done. Cool. Why is it ascending into the heavens? That makes no sense. Did I screw something up? Probably did, yeah. I'm guessing it's the movement replication. I suspect. So I didn't change anything about that. We record those exactly the same as we always have. That's identical. I mean, this has obviously changed a lot, but this doesn't have anything to do with like movement. I'm wondering if these colliders are actually not correct right now. Tell you what, that crash doesn't count, by the way. Let's launch this in debug mode and run the physics debugger.
Like I'm Barry Bonds, running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need to keep it coming on. Only friendly
2 days and 5 minutes until the jam ends.
my name that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100
it's actually shocking how much we've actually been able to do in just 24 hours. Purple Catchan, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, it's 2 days until the jam ends. The compo probably ends like in 4 minutes because it's 24 hours. But the jam, you have 72 hours. And you can work with a team. No, the compo ends in 1 day and 4 minutes. But isn't the compo 24 hours? I mean, it ends on No, actually, it ends on Monday at 12 a.m. for me. And that's exactly when it ended. Yeah, 72 hours isn't... 72 hours is 3 days. 24 times 3 is 72. Yeah. 72 hours is definitely 3 days. Yeah, that's alright, Purple Cat Chan. Yeah, because the last bottom there, which was in April, technically, I think, also ended on Monday night for me. And that's exactly when it's ending today. Well, not today, but this week. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, the letters are wrong. That's why we should not be programming. Everyone has those kinds of brain farts sometimes. Yeah. So the collider visualization is broken. Collider visualization is borked. Good to know. The thing that is not good is the fact that I'm gonna have to go through these and tweak them. Five. What about that? That still didn't look quite right, although let's have a look in here. Yeah, it's due to the scale. If I do 1 for the scale of this floor tile, then I think it might work a bit better. Because then if we do 10 with a -10 offset, no, -20 offset. Grab a quick snapshot. Okay, no, so it should probably be -10 offset as well. Or, 0. Let's hit play, stop. So we regenerate this. Aha! There we go. These are the values. So 1 and... So, wait, what? This... No, 1. Now the entire row should be... Oh, that's the... Yeah. Okay, good. We can reboot in release mode. Yeah. So editing is a bit more manageable. Man, I'm almost been going 8 hours. That's just this stream. I think. How long have I been streaming today in total? I'm actually interested in seeing that. So I streamed for 2.5 hours during my last stream. So 7, 8, 9, 10 hours today. Yeah, like 7.5 this stream, but I did a stream earlier today as well where I did 2.5 hours. So in total 10 hours I've been streaming today. Okay. We need to... Don't do that. We need to reset Y scale so it goes to 1. Then 10, -10 is correct. So it's just the scale. And I don't mind resetting the scale to 1. That's fine if they're not as tall. This is what you get when you play around with the scale of shit. Alright, and Tony redeemed hydrates. We are officially past the first 24 hours of Let 'Em Dare. So just another 48 to go. Okay, now this should be fine. No, I got a team. We're 3 people, but they're in Australia and I'm in Sweden, so yeah. They're probably gonna go live at some point soon, I imagine. Seems kind of laggy there. Is it the map that's causing a lag? Sweden, Australia, and Melbourne. I mean, yeah. Hang on, what time is it in the US? If we look at, say, New York time. 6. Yes, Melbourne is in Australia. Actually, I would be better off with time zones if I was in the US. Because it's midnight for me, and if we check Melbourne, it's morning for them. Meaning if I was in the US, I would have more of an opportunity to actually communicate with the team in real time. Switch this back to true so we get our animations. And hopefully that works fine. Go ahead and hide those, set this to like 3 maybe. Make some moves. Yeah, cause like Sweden is pretty much the worst time zone you can be in when you're dealing with meeting people, if like talking to people from Australia. It's literally one of the worst time zones you could be in. That needs to be much faster. We looked it up. I think there's a worst time zones for meetings or something like that. There's basically like a website that shows you the overlap between time zones where you can actually have a meeting. Sweden and Melbourne are the worst. There's like 2-3 hours where we can actually have a meeting every day, if that. And it's gonna be late or earlier for someone. That looks dope as hell. Like, it looked cool with the platforms, but now that we actually have entire pillars, that is dope. My cat is screaming. But there's... Okay. Yeah, that's a bug. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. It sometimes looks like it's moving to the beat of the music, which the biggest coincidence ever. Now there's also this garbage. Which appears to be quite bugged, at least at these speeds. We may want to restrict like how frequently a move can be made. So having like a cooldown after I press. It would be a very short cooldown, obviously. But that would increase the amount of time that we have to spend on each tile, which could let us slow down the animation of these, and that would look a lot better. Because if I set it to, I don't know, 3. And we spend a bit more time on each tile. First of all, that makes the game, sorry about that, they still look incredibly quick. Why is that so fast? Studio Cherno is my boss's game dev studio. I'm not the boss. Wire depending on machine time, but not actual speed time per frame. I am. You can see multiplying with the time step, which, well, I don't know, the time step isn't technically 100% accurate, from what I understand. Like, sometimes it isn't. Replicator. What is happening here? The replicator definitely uses time steps. It shouldn't be... That's interesting how the that changes when I select this. I remember I can see previous games you all have made. I mean, we pretty much only released like we technically released 2 games. But if you go to itch, you'll see the 2 games we made. Forest we made during the last Let 'em Dare. Fragile, Tim and Jan made literally the day before Let 'em Dare. So they're not super polished. TS is the time between last frame and the current frame. Okay. So that would be like 0.64 on a 60 hertz monitor, right? Yeah, forest is based on the delay the inevitable. You can see time step is 0.006, and I think that's because it's not dependent on your speed. Like, I'm not sure what you mean by your speed. You mean if I do that, it's not gonna go as fast? That actually bugged out because we moved too quickly with the player. We definitely need to limit the amount of... Hang on. I think it's because of movement time. It used to be 10. And like, here's the thing, this is all stuff that we're gonna be tweaking forever. Should probably, yeah, good, can't move out there. Okay, so there is definitely... Okay, that should not be possible, first of all. This dude should not be capable of moving into this space. Because... yeah, that should not be possible. The replication is fine, it's just there's some bugs here and there that were probably introduced by me being stupid. Posture check from Tony. Okay. Oh, Tim's streaming. Just noticed that. It's actually, yeah, do live. See if he wanna jump on a call. TS is dependent on actual processor time delta. Time step is the current time minus the last frame time. It's the difference between the last frame and the current frame. Does Big Hazel have multiple scripts on one entity because Hazel 2D doesn't so far? No, we don't, because we use an old version of Ent, which didn't support multiple components of the same type per entity. And there's really not much of a reason to actually have multiple scripts per entity, generally speaking, even though it can be nice. Let's send him a message on his stream. There. What do you mean current time? Time is GLFW get time. The frame time is the difference between time and last frame time. That's the delta time. One second, gotta mute the music. What's up?
How are you going?
It's going good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had some problems with the code, and I have fixed those problems. And I think overall, the code ended up being better.
Okay.
I managed to get the player model working.
Right.
Um,
So do you need anything from me to kind of finish that off? No. Or is
well,
that completely like 100% done? No need for me to push commit anything.
no need for
with
you
the
to
player model?
fix anything with the player or anything like
Yeah.
that. I will
Right.
say the axe would be
Uh-huh.
nice if the origin of the model was at the top. Currently, it's at the bottom. Meaning it has to be parented to a separate entity, and then we have to rotate that
Wait.
entity. Yeah.
No. Wait. Is it actually at the bottom?
Yep.
Wait. How can this be? Hold up. If you open up my stream, I know I have a bit of a delay, but like the one thing I made sure. You know what? Probably it's not at. What it might be is because it wasn't at origin or something like that when I exported it.
Yeah, possibly.
Because I specifically made it at the top of the chain link,
Yeah.
like the highest vertex in the chain link is where I put the origin. But I think I didn't move it to the origin of the world when I exported it, and
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason it moved to origin, I think. So I can re-export that. That's no problem.
yeah.
Hopefully you didn't kind of like start making those nested entities just because of that, because that's
No.
that easy for me. Okay.
I basically decided to hold off on doing that until
Yeah.
you could fix that.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Basically, what have I done? Ugh. I'm so tired that I can't even remember what I've done. The player can now die.
Okay.
Because basically, currently you can only die by falling off the world, and if
Right.
you fall off in the sandbox, you die, and everything gets reset. If you fall off in the actual level, same thing happens.
Okay.
I have set up a goal tile, which doesn't actually do anything right now.
Okay.
And I've also gotten the tiles to actually fly up when they appear.
Okay.
Although that
Damn,
still
right.
requires tweaking, because it's a bit
Are you
weird
sure
right
that's
now.
on your stream right now?
Yeah, I can show you.
Ah,
Let's see.
God.
I don't know if you can want to check my stream or if you can check.
I'm just waiting for that to finish, but yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, I have like the stream up. Well.
You have it in Discord? Oh,
Yeah.
you do have.
Although that's only 720p.
Okay.
But
I think that should be okay.
yeah. Also, yeah, I went ahead and imported your floor tiles. Was a pain to get those to actually work with the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically scaling and dealing with world transform versus local transform proved painful because I had managed to get it working with just the normal cubes. completely accidental that worked.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, because it was flawed. That whole system was flawed with the cubes. Um,
So that's what you mean. You ran into issues, and then overall the code ended up
yeah.
better, right? When you fixed it. Yeah. Okay.
Because with the old code, all of these tiles had to be, they had to have a positive world position. We couldn't have a negative world position because that way, like, we couldn't, because the way we were storing it in an array.
Right.
And you can't have a negative index in an array. But I've
Right.
switched,
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, and I've switched that up now, so it's using like a map and storing the actual
Okay.
world position, so it can be negative. Now,
Right.
there's some weirdness right now, on occasion, but overall it will work.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see they come shooting up like that.
That's sick.
Yeah. I don't know why the
That looks
two ones
insane.
in the back actually come up slower than everything else.
Okay.
But yeah, it works. For the most part, except some jankiness.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
No, that actually looks insane. What's it called? Now, for the sandbox, because it's obviously a grid system on the level, right? You can clearly see squares.
yeah,
Plus it's a whole like tile-based system, so you can kind of you can see it, right?
yeah,
Whereas the sandbox, I think, should have some kind of tiled square system as well
yeah,
that looks differently.
definitely.
Um,
Like this ground plane is pretty much just for testing. I imagine when we start building out actual levels, we want it to be very clearly tiles, even in the sandbox.
yeah, that's what I think. Um, what's it called? Um, what do you think for game look overall? Because the lava tile that I'm currently working now on is probably like the highest quality tile I've made.
Yeah.
And I've
Uh,
made, I guess, only a couple. Like I've made like the spikes, that floor tile, the blue one that you have, and I guess that's basically it. Spikes, floor, lava.
yeah.
Um, what do you want the aesthetic of the game to look like overall? Because what I'm thinking we could do is have like different biomes almost, and fit the theme accordingly.
Yeah. That
What do you think of that?
would act. That's I like the idea of that. So you could have like a kind of lava section or level. Um,
Hmm.
Also, you should definitely ban one of your viewers.
Yeah, how do you do that actually?
Click on
I'm
their
not a Twitch.
name in chat,
Uh-huh.
and you should get like a couple of buttons and one of them
Right.
says like ban if you hover over it.
Okay, there it is. I think.
Also, there's a person in my chat who's playing Forest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they said I'm playing Forest right now, and I'm incredibly afraid to leave the town.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I've showed it to some of my friends, and they have said like, "Oh, it's so creepy."
Yeah, it's got a very creepy vibe to it.
Yeah. No, I think the music does a big part of that.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I really like the idea of having like different sections and even different levels if we're doing multiple levels. Have different effectively biomes. So like you have water, maybe, even though we don't do water normally.
Yeah.
Lava. You could have a grass world, rocks. You could have pretty much any type of biome that you want,
Mhm.
and I think that could be
Mhm.
really cool.
But for the sandbox I think should look always consistent and very obvious that it's kind of like a test demo. sort
Yeah.
of like map, I guess, layout. So what do you think that should look like? Because frankly, to be honest, like that tile there, the floor tile, the current floor tile,
Yeah.
I think that looks closer to a sandbox tile than I think a real world tile.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you have you played Fallout 4?
No.
Okay. Basically in one of the DLCs, you go into effectively this simulated world.
Okay.
That's like running on a computer or something. And it looks the blocks that you deal with in there look quite a lot like these when you view them from afar. And that's very much set up to feel like almost like a lab environment, right? Um,
Is it literally just two colors, like a light blue outline and then dark blue kind of fill?
I know. I think it's a bit more. Oh,
Or
it's
is it
no, not that one.
um is it
Far
kind of wait,
Harbor.
do you have the second one? Yeah,
Uh,
maybe if you just show, because I have this stupid stream delay, and I don't think I can stop it without ending the stream now.
oh, I'll look here.
Yeah, okay, so that's the second one that I pulled up. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So that
Uh-huh.
you can see it's very sort of similar
Mm-hmm.
looking, and I
Yeah,
really like
so
that.
cool. That's more or less what I was thinking. Basically, what that requires for me to change is just the level of the outline, I guess, how thick the outline is to regards to the whole block.
Yeah.
The thing is, I kind of wanted to wait on that for the toon shader.
Yeah.
But if I understand the toon shader correctly, that's only gonna impact the outline of the objects, kind of like. So if you multi-select all the floor tiles right now,
Yeah.
the outline that's drawn is the one that's gonna be drawn by the toon shader as well. Um, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Like
Because
only the stuff that's visible
it's
to you. I don't think it's gonna go through objects like our outline does. But only the stuff that's visible to the camera.
yeah.
That's as far as I understand. That's what the toon shader is gonna do. So more or less, like I actually don't need to wait for the toon shader because the stuff in the middle is still gonna need to look like that. But yeah, I think that's honestly no problem whatsoever. Um, and yeah, I can definitely do that. So are you happy for the colors to stay the same?
Yeah. I would
Uh-huh.
say so. I don't know. Maybe this could be a tiny bit darker, but it's I don't think
The
it's
inside of it, you mean?
yeah, but I'm not like
Okay,
I don't think that's necessarily required. Like it looks
right.
perfectly fine. Um,
Okay, I guess the only thing we have to keep in mindful, let me just pull Notion up, is what biomes are we making? Because the blue will be fine in every biome,
yeah,
apart from when we get to like an ocean biome or something like that.
yeah,
So I guess we just have to be mindful of the color we want the water to look like versus the blue tile, so that it does look different in that regard as well.
yeah,
Um, so I guess if we went more for like an aqua, um, if we went more for like an aqua look for the water, then like a darker blue for the tiles would look like different enough.
yeah,
Um,
definitely. Um, and I think that's a good idea because whenever it comes to like water in these sort of stylized ish games, I always prefer more kind of toony, cartoony water looks.
okay,
And that tends to
that
be
that's what I think as well. Yeah,
yeah, and like that obviously tends to have brighter colors for the water.
right. Yeah, yeah.
Also,
Yeah. I mean, what it's gonna be hard to get it to look like great, I think, because it will be just a static texture with no
yeah,
animation whatsoever. But
definitely.
yeah, yeah.
Also, like what's up with the bloom in the engine right now? It's
I haven't seen anything with it.
so over. It's too much. Like when I have the skylight at an intensity of 1, this is what it looks like.
Huh.
That's
I did see that, like, and that's actually quite weird. I think, yeah, no, that actually might be a bug or something like that. Like, that's worth mentioning, Jan. I'll talk to Jan about that because I thought that was something that you kind of made. And is that definitely a Bloom thing?
yeah,
Like
because when
when
I
Bloom
adjust the bloom threshold, it does get a little
fix
bit
it.
better.
Right. Well, yeah, I think then maybe Jan's like changed something in one of the shaders or something like that.
Yeah,
Because that definitely didn't used to be like that. And a default setting, everything would look good.
yeah, and these
Whereas
are
the
like the default settings, so
yeah, exactly.
because I have to
So you have to
basically reduce the intensity of the skylight to 0.4 to get it to
yeah,
even be
0.3 as
manageable.
well. Yeah, 0.3 is what I was sending it at, and it was looking okay.
Yeah,
Look at that. But yeah, I thought that was something like project related. But yeah, I think that's definitely engine then, because I thought maybe you did that on purpose or something like that.
yeah, no,
Mm,
it's
okay,
it's a bug,
I'll
I think.
I'll talk to Jan about that when he gets here.
Yeah.
Um,
Um.
okay. So biomes. Well, water, lava, forest, maybe mountain. Mountain biome.
Yeah. Um. Desert.
Oh, desert. Yes.
Desert always very cool.
Cactus, cacti.
Yeah. Um. I was thinking about one thing.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if we should have the game basically be multiple scenes.
Mhm.
Um. Because we did discuss having like sections per level.
Yeah.
I think if we just made the entire game like I don't know 10 sections,
Uh huh.
that would make first of all it would make level creation a lot simpler. I think. Um, Aside from the fact that we would have to deal with merging if we have multiple people working on the same scene.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I'm kind of reluctant to deal with scene loading
Mhm.
because I suspect there's some things in the code. Well, no, actually, it should be fine if we do scene loading. It's just that we have to make sure that each level basically replicates all of the script objects properly in the sense that it has to have all of these script objects with the correct references set.
Okay.
Um, but what I could
Look,
do
like,
is like I could literally create like a template scene that has all of the
but the thing
objects.
is, do you think, like, do you actually want to have several scenes?
I don't know.
Because if it's difficult to do, and you don't think it would like fit the aesthetic of the game well, then perhaps it's not necessary.
Yeah, yeah, and to be honest, like I think if we can avoid, because the thing is, it's not gonna take a long time to load a scene, but it's still gonna
Mhm.
take enough time to where it could be a bit jarring. Um,
Right.
unless we do, the fancy like fade out that we did for Forest, but that's I don't know. We don't really need to do that. I don't think. These sorts of games,
Yeah.
generally speaking, I feel should just take place in one kind of level, and then there's like
I think
a bunch of
it
sections.
fits a lot better. I think it fits a lot better.
Yeah,
Um, if we do that, I might actually send you a link to a game which kind of like I guess maybe somewhat subconsciously inspired this one, or at least the idea for this one. It's
yeah.
from the last bottom there. Let me just pull it up real quick. Um, but yeah, it's yeah, 2238. This one here.
22. That sounds a lot like um
Well, it was like a lot the 50 entry,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
um
I think you guys did show me that during one of the meetings.
yeah.
Yeah, cuz
I don't remember. I showed it to Jan maybe, but I don't know if he actually ever saw it.
I think it did.
Okay.
Yeah, because he shared the link in the meetings channel.
Okay, sure. Well, yeah,
Um,
this one is pretty cool. In terms of like it virtually has the same movement somewhat that we're doing. It loops from like the center of one tile to the center of another,
mhm.
and it's a puzzle-based game as well.
Yeah,
So you kind of have to solve it. And the thing is, that one is just one continuous scene. Like I never finished the game, despite it being like a lot of data entry. Like, and I spent a considerable amount of time playing it.
damn.
But yeah, it's pretty cool because like yeah, it's virtually movement is the same. Puzzle mechanics are quite different. Like that one is like a world traveler, I guess, whereas we're specifically solving puzzles.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I guess if you've seen it,
that's
then there's no
yeah,
point to check it out. But yeah.
yeah. No, and I think it's a very cool game actually. I haven't played it, but I kind of just looking at the gifs and that kind of stuff. It looks really cool.
Mm,
So yeah, basically we're just gonna have the entire game be one scene that has a bunch of sections. Literally, just cram in as many sections as we can.
hmm
Um,
Thing is, though, right? Like, we don't even need to have different scenes to work on different levels. What stops me from making a scene, all of it, right? And then just creating a prefab out of that scene. Like parent it all to one entity, make a prefab. Like commit the prefab, and then you just instantiate it and put it like wherever you want it. And that's it.
yeah, because
Maybe adjust it slightly.
a prefab is literally a scene.
A prefab is literally a scene. So
Oh,
like internally it's a scene. So
yeah,
it's not even gonna stop our workflow. Like I think there's literally, if we don't want to do it, there's zero reason to like do multiple scenes. It's gonna like unloading, loading scenes is gonna be tough script wise, like you say.
yeah,
It's gonna look weird from the whole fading to black, unfading from black, whereas you can just have continuous without ever stopping. Um, and yeah, I think it's honestly like there's no reason to do it because even workflow wise, we can just literally make prefabs out of any puzzles, and
yeah,
then just I'm working on puzzles, you're working on puzzles, and just commit the prefabs, and then you attach them to the back of what you've made so far.
yeah. And we can like have like a master scene, which will be the scene that will actually be ran by the player,
Mm-hmm.
and we just literally have a bunch of prefabs, drag them in whatever order we need,
Mm-hmm.
and that yeah, we could definitely do that.
Now, okay, I have a couple of questions.
Yep.
I remember you mentioned pressure plates and you mentioned bridges.
Yes.
What's going on with that, and what do you want me to make? Well, I guess what's the idea behind those?
Well, so I basically got the idea from the video that you showed me at literally the start of the jam.
Mm-hmm.
Where
The block swords, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
there was literally just like a block here and a block next to it. This
Mm-hmm.
block had a pressure plate on it
Mm-hmm.
that the player needed to stand on in order to extend a bridge, or like in our case, we could literally have it make a block come up here in between these two. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and my idea for that was if you want the pressure plate to extend, you have to stand on that pressure plate when the like kind of as your last tile, effectively, that you end up standing on.
Mm-hmm.
And we could implement that really easily because we could literally have a block here by default. Mark it, maybe using a script as like a tag, effectively, that tells
Yep.
the game to hide it and keep it hidden by just moving it down way lower than necessary.
Right.
And when you stand on the pressure plate, we know which block that pressure plate should bring up.
Mm-hmm.
And like the code actually supports us doing that really easily.
Okay.
So just some sort of pressure plate model would be nice to have.
Yeah, I mean the model is not a problem. I guess I'm just wondering like what kind of, not even like that it's not even like my jurisdiction, I guess. But I was curious, kind of, is it you stand on the pressure plate and then the bridge is open, or is it once you've visited the pressure plate, the bridge pops up and it's always there?
I think what could prove to be the most interesting gameplay wise is if you have to stand on it and then you have to quickly move across during,
Ah,
say, the next round.
right.
So you stand on it, the timer ticks down, and then when you can move around in the sandbox again, you then have to very quickly, like, make sure you move over the tile quickly when it's replaying the motion.
Right.
Because this could then be on a timer and it will disappear after, I don't know, half a second to a second.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if we're going to end up doing that because it could prove a bit more complex than I think, but
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth maybe trying it at least.
Okay. Yeah, that's a cool idea. One more idea I got, I guess, is player death, right?
Yeah.
So, right now it would be, as far as I understand, dead simple for me to like export a second like player dead model or whatever that just has no bones, no animation of any kind, just all the cubes with rigid bodies and colliders on them. So that when the player dies, you destroy the player model, instantiate that player dead model, and then just apply physics like however much force you want to it in whatever directions, and then the player would like disappear or die. And that could be cool with like spikes, for example.
Yeah.
On collision with the spikes, you do that, and then it looks like the spikes is what actually destroyed the player model if they have colliders on them. What do you think of that?
I think that sounds really awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
That kind of destructible player model is always awesome to see in games.
Yeah, and it's become somewhat iconic in, I guess, Hazel's games and stuff like that.
Yeah. And to be honest, that wouldn't be too hard to implement, I think, because we have basically a function that the player and the player replicator implements called on death that just gets called when you die. And we could literally just spawn in the like dead player prefab, and then apply a force to it. And then after a certain amount of time has elapsed, we can just reset the board effectively. So that
Okay,
actually sounds
yeah,
super interesting.
cool. Then yeah, like that's all done there. Like I have to click a couple of buttons in Blender, but
Yeah.
that's no extra work for me whatsoever.
Bring up a cube and fracture it and done.
Not even like the player cube is already fractured.
Oh yeah, it would have
because
to be.
because the animation, like, yeah, there's a bunch of like 28 cubes or whatever. All I have
Yeah.
to do is basically just re-export it under different settings, and basically that's it.
Yeah,
So yeah,
just
that's super simple to do for
damn.
me anyway. Which, speaking of, like, the way the cube is made, it can't be textured.
Okay.
If I texture it, like, it's either gonna be like difficult to get right, or even if I get it like as perfect as I can get it, you're gonna be able to see that it's actually made up of a bunch of different cubes.
Yeah.
Whereas the way it is right now, you can't tell. Like, from what I can see, like on your screen, you can't
Yeah,
actually
no.
tell.
Like
It's solid,
I'm
right?
up close and I'm not seeing any seams.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas if I had a texture on there, textures need UV seams. UV
Yeah.
seams break textures, and so it's just gonna. Plus, when they're like different objects, you can just tell some kind of shadow or something like that snuck in. Plus, it will be like a lot of time for me to do that. Like, it's probably gonna take probably all of today to get it
Yeah.
looking decent.
Yeah,
And
and
I
I mean,
think tossing up between that or making like all of the environment tiles and just creating a better world,
yeah.
I think it's worth doing the latter, I think,
Oh,
in
definitely.
my opinion.
Like,
Plus, because I know for a fact, basically, that result is not going to be good no matter how much time I spend on it.
yeah. And to be honest, like, nobody's gonna care if if it's textured or not in the end.
Yep.
Like at all. So definitely worth doing other things instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the idea of that. I did actually have something I wanted to talk to you and maybe on about, but you can probably have a word with him when he gets
Okay.
to the office. The way we're going to be proceeding to the next section, right?
Right.
So we reach our goal tile. Let's say it's this tile.
Okay. Yep.
How do we kind of deal with the next section? Does this area, this entire area that used to be the game board, does that become the new sandbox? Or do we have effectively another sandbox over here that
Right.
doesn't become visible until you reach the goal?
Mm. Well, the coolest way I can think of, which is somewhat annoying for you to do, I would say maybe it's actually not, right? But do a cool fade out animation and a fade in animation for every single tile individually. So, like, kind of what I'm doing for the player model when I'm animating it, like all those cubes are kind of going different heights at different speeds, more or less. Um, do the same, but for every tile in the game, like at that point, and then do like, and for a second, perhaps the player is like suspended, or the player maybe jumps at that point, and when the player lands, there's already new tiles underneath him, the sandbox tiles.
Yeah.
Because that would be like a just, at least in my artist mind, the way I envision it is just a for loop for every object in the current level, and just give it probably a random translation within a range, and then just lerp it to that translation like towards the left, and do the opposite towards the right for like the sandbox level, that's coming from the other side.
Yeah. So you're thinking kind of, if we again use these wonderful lava tiles, let's say this is our board,
Mm-hmm.
and these two are the sandbox, these two are the level.
Mm-hmm.
And basically these two would kind of go off in this direction at like a random rate. Probably this would go
Mm-hmm.
faster than this.
Mm-hmm.
And then these two, which are the sandbox, would just go in the other direction using the same thing.
Well, yeah, like, but the thing is, it could go in any direction. Like, that's the coolest thing. Apart from the one where the next level is going to come from. So you have even 3 directions to choose from.
Yeah.
The thing, like, I think initially, just to do that, I think, as far as I understand, is easy to do. To do what I kind of did for the player, which there's different size blocks. So if the map, by each block, like, I'm sure that could look cool too as well. But when the player animation plays, there's different size blocks. It's perhaps hard, like if you stop the play and manually adjust the time, I think. Adjust the time or animation time. Um, so you can kind of see that some of them are bigger than others.
Yeah.
And there's like, 1x4s, 2x2s, and stuff like that. And so, like, if the world did the same thing, that would look cooler.
Yeah.
But that's obviously way harder than just, hey, for each entity, just give it a random translation and a random time, probably, or whatever. Random
Yeah.
time to target. Which is a lot easier, and honestly, maybe there's no need to do it. Like, maybe it won't even look that good. But I think, as far as I understand, like, that's not a difficult thing to implement.
That's dead
If,
easy.
yeah. And I think
'Cause-
that could look really cool.
yeah, and we're doing things similar to that, which like it's literally just a lerp from one position to another. That's simple.
Basically, yep.
Like
Yep.
we're doing that for the player. Not in here. We're doing it in player base. We are just literally lerp from this position to this position by this speed.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I think doing that for every entity wouldn't be too difficult.
Right.
Because
On level change or whatever.
yeah, because the level manager literally holds a map of tile data which has the entity.
Mhm.
And so we could literally just have, a function like, uh, you know, next section, which will
Mhm.
set a flag to animate all of these tiles away.
Mhm.
Once that's done, or maybe even simultaneously, we kind of animate in the new scene.
Mhm.
Although, like, I'm thinking with that, it might just be simpler to reuse the code that we already have for the
Mhm.
new scene where they just shoot up from the bottom of the world.
Right.
But for the sort of exit animation, that wouldn't be like just pick a random direction and go effectively.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think for the new level that would be kind of harder to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Um plus I think like for the dissipating one, it could be cool to like non-linear time.
Yeah.
So like ease out or ease in, whichever one takes a long time to start up, but then fires up quickly. I always mix them up.
That would
But yeah,
be ease in, I think.
ease in. Okay.
I
Yeah, so it takes a
think.
long time to start. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Um,
Okay. Cool. One more thing. I guess I have a question
hmm?
because that's related to what I have to make. UI. What are we doing? How are we communicating in the 10 seconds?
So right now, literally all I have is
Yeah, I saw
this,
that. Yeah.
which
But how do we want to do it um for the final game?
um, I don't know. I think, like obviously the simplest would be just to have a text element that shows how long you have left. But obviously, having something a bit more sophisticated would be cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have a sound that's playing, and
Mm-hmm.
as the clock goes down, the speed of the sound increases, so it gets more and
Mm-hmm.
more intense.
Right.
Um, I can't remember the name of the game, but there's a game I played a while back that did something like that, where it effectively it's like a bell
Uh-huh.
that just rings faster and faster and faster the less time you have.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
that could be cool.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, I think that could be cool. That's Jan's department though.
Yeah,
Um,
that's audio stuff.
yeah, which hopefully he gets the packaging done because I think it's harder than what he thought it would be like, and he thought it would be difficult, but it's proving to be even more difficult.
Yeah,
Um,
I've definitely have had some like quite a few crashes that's been related to changes made specifically to allow packing. Because there's just so much stuff that has to get done. And
yeah,
so
yeah, exactly.
catching all of the edge cases is very hard to do unless
Mm-hmm.
you're in the middle of a jam and you're literally touching every part of the engine.
Yep, yep. Um, but yeah, like I guess if Jan finishes packaging today, like that would be good because he'll have the last day to implement like Toon Shader, like audio. I think like I don't think that should take him longer than a day.
Yeah.
Um, so I think in that case we'll be okay. But if he doesn't finish packaging today, then we're gonna be struggling. We're probably gonna ship a game without an audio, but with an engine that can't package audio.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um, okay. Yeah. I guess I can maybe come up with some drafts, like quick drafts.
yeah.
For UI elements. Really, it's just the timer that we need to communicate to the player.
Yeah. That
Uh,
that's really
so
all there is.
if we can figure out like a clever way of doing it, then we might even be able to get away with a text element.
Yeah.
But I
I
think
will say I do think it could be kind of cool if we keep track of the time it takes for a player to complete a section.
Mhm.
And kind of display that.
Okay.
But just to kind of like have some more, I guess, data to show to the user, which I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it's necessary to even have that because it's not really the kind of game where you would expect to be given a rating based on how long it took you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Um,
Maybe we can
Hand
show
digits
like
on top of the cube, which is what I kind of thought agitated cache. That's what I kind of thought because to be honest, it feels like a waste to create this whole like 2D thing in front of the game just for one UI element.
yeah,
And so if we were displaying the time the player has left on top of the player, which might be like somewhat tricky to do, just because the animation also goes up. So yeah, I
yeah,
guess
um,
that, and we have to keep like make sure the text is rotated towards the camera,
yeah. That's
which it's not
definitely
always.
not the simplest thing to do, even in because that's effective. That's a billboard. That's like a billboard quad, essentially.
Yeah, I think it's a static rotation. Why? We're not ever rotating the player, are we?
Well, no, but
Oh wait,
a billboard text, or a billboard quad, like that's you would have. That's a quad that always faces the camera.
yeah, but the thing is, if the camera is stationary
Yeah,
and the player's rotation is stationary, we don't even need billboard quads. Why? If the player isn't ever being rotated,
yeah, that's true, and that's not happening.
um,
Like we're not
we
rotating.
we just statically set the rotation of the text and we're done. It's a billboarded quote, but we never had to actually implement anything in the engine to do that.
Yeah,
So I don't think it will be difficult to do, if the player's not being ever rotated.
yeah, and I don't think that will ever happen, like at all.
So yeah, all we have to figure out is the exact rotation that's needed to be facing the camera, and it could look pretty cool. Um,
Gonna have to make that text a bit bigger, I think, because it's not bit like actually. Yeah, it's gonna have to be really big to be visible. Like at least this big.
Probably, I would even say 4. Like that's at least,
Yeah.
but over exaggerating would be like better communication to the player. And then yeah,
Also, can I say I love the fact that we can copy transforms.
it's so good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Because if we have,
I mean, to be honest, we're still kind of doing the wrong. We're still going about it the wrong way. Because if we just had a preview, we wouldn't need to. Half the time, we wouldn't need to copy transforms. I feel like.
yeah, I mean, so now that's actually like laying down flat.
What if you stood it up straight?
Like, you can barely tell the difference. There's a very slight difference because of the
What if you leaned it forward even? Is there a way like to lean it forward?
Yeah, but that's gonna make it not visible.
Yeah, but maybe
Uh,
not this much. Like just a little bit, just so it takes away the visibility a little bit.
like even just, I think even like 5 degrees would be too much because it starts like chopping off the top almost.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alternatively, like, which is that's as far as 2D sprites can take us, I guess.
Yeah,
And without, and this is the easy way of doing it, right?
yeah,
What I can do obviously is make some 3D text, like 3D models, just meshes of text. Cool, like with a cool design or whatever. Some bloom. There's a place we could add bloom, um, and display that over the top of the player, and I think that could look pretty cool as well.
yeah,
Oh, that's kind of nice, I think. Right, that gives it that isometric look a little bit.
yeah. It does. I mean, I'm actually kind of wondering if we do like, no, not that. I'm kind of wondering if we can get it. That would be around the Y90. That doesn't quite look right. Because I'm thinking if we could have it like almost look like it's attached to the side of the player, which
Mm.
why don't I just do? Oh wow, God, what is happening?
Oh, you clicked Alt C.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Yeah, it drops the frames like crazy.
Jesus. But yeah, you could like have it look almost like it's attached to the side of the cube.
Yeah, that's actually like another idea I had. Yeah.
And,
I don't know which would look better though.
yeah,
But I think like honestly foregoing the whole like top left corner or bottom left corner, bottom right, whatever, for like doing all that just for one UI element, when like a cooler way of communicating I think would be through the game
yeah,
itself. And like Jan keeps saying, like that's kind of become popular in games nowadays anyway. People
yeah,
try to, if they can, forego the whole like 2D screen in front of the game.
yeah. Let's see. I mean, something like that looks all right, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because because of the perspective, I think having it be sort of on that edge is a lot. It's there's less chance that it will ever overlap any existing objects.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, except for the player animation.
Yeah,
Um,
which
but that
I don't think I'm actually
that could
playing.
be a look. That could look cool in itself.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm just gonna
if
do
it kind of text the text.
because it's effectively like this.
Yeah. Somebody said like, what would happen if you make it lie down on the top of the cube? It pretty much looks the same as when it's standing up, from what I understand, right?
Yep, like there's
Yeah,
a minuscule difference in like
yeah.
the
It's hard.
perspective
It's
of
hard
it.
to tell the difference because it's a 2D text, so you can't really tell the
Yeah, and
depth of it.
also the field of view of the camera is really low, and the camera is actually very far away.
Yeah,
Which makes those kind of perspective changes less apparent.
yeah, yeah. So that's what's going on there. Yeah,
Well, it looks great when it's at 10. When you bring it down to 9, it doesn't look quite as good.
yeah.
But
We don't have text centering, unfortunately.
no,
I
but
do it in Space Invaders kind
yeah.
of manually at some point.
I realized we have space. Just insert a space before, if it's one.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's enough.
yeah. Like
Okay.
that looks all right, I think. And then when
Yeah.
it's 10, it looks like that.
I kind of don't like that when I guess when you kind of move forward, it's in front of the player.
Yeah.
You can tell that it's in front of the player. Um, what would happen if you dragged it back a little bit?
The text.
Yeah.
Which I think that would be like that.
No. Over the top of the player, but then maybe put it higher up, so it's still
Ah,
over white, but it's still clearly over the top of the player.
yeah, and we could have it like in that. Because I'm thinking this sort of stuff you could like if we have it there, it's actually on over the player right now. It's not in front of it. Realistic.
Yeah, and you can clearly tell that that's the case.
Yeah.
You can. So I think that just looks better.
Yeah. I like that. There's some weirdness with the with the animation right now. Cause it's like that's actually where it would be. So it's not actually on over the player, but it looks like it from this perspective. When we have
Right.
it at like 10. but it's
Because I guess if
actually
you set X to 0, right? It looks in front of it. Oh wait.
that's X of 0.
You're parenting it to the wrong thing. Parent it to the top player object.
Let's have a look. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
so I bet you now that will be over the top of the player.
probably.
Well, like you got the Z applied as well, but yeah. Like, or at least physically in world space, it'll be over the top of the player.
Yeah. If we copy this, I mean, it doesn't have to copy anything. It's just that. And then 10. Yeah, I mean, it's basically over the kind of edge of the player. No, that's
Yeah,
the player.
well, that's the Z. That's the Z.
Yeah.
So if it's
Oh yeah. Because the gizmos are weird. Because
it's just flipped. Yeah, it's just flipped.
yeah. That's super weird. So if we zero out that, the origin is over the player,
Yeah.
and that looks weird.
Well, yeah, that just has to be adjusted for the fact that it's kind of the origin is not the center of the text.
Yeah.
I think. So if you go -2 or whatever it is, or 2,
Yeah, that would be positive.
yeah, +2. So that's probably like dead center is over the dead center of the player.
Probably.
Because he had a 4 and it was kind of over the top, more or
Yeah.
less. Like yeah.
I mean, the text looks like it's on top. The origin of the actual text element isn't, but the text itself does sort of look like that. At
Yeah.
least when it's 10.
Yeah.
Because now the origin is over, but 2, and it will look like the text is over it.
And what does it look like? Yeah, when you move. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that looks a lot better.
And yeah, maybe just the rotation along the way,
Yeah.
just to face maybe a little more.
Kill the Z
And that's
rotation
it,
there.
yeah.
Because that looked weird. It would be the X to make it kind of lean a bit. If we want that.
It's asking for. Well, it's gonna be like 45 or like
45 would be
right? It's
like
one of those.
perfectly diagonal.
Yeah, perfectly dead diagonal. Yeah.
And
Man, that looks weird with the X rotation.
yeah,
Look at zero.
it looks a bit squished.
Maybe Y90. No, like kind of have it aligned with the player or whatever.
That would be
Too much, and then lean it on the X, whatever.
okay. So if we go, you want a 90 there, and then lean it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
No.
it would make a bit more sense if it was like 0 on the Y.
Like this, 0 on the Y. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have to wait for my turn.
Well, yeah, I guess with that, we're basically done with the UI, right? If we're happy with that.
Yeah.
The only thing that kind of sucks, I guess, is no bloom on the text.
Yeah.
Which we could do if we did diagonal stuff, yeah.
Yeah. That actually looks super
No,
weird.
but no, it's just that we couldn't make the text bloomy. Like, if we
Yeah.
did 3D models, we could obviously make them bloomy.
Yeah,
And
'cause
that
it
could
would
be
have
like the
like
thing
a
that stands out and draws attention.
yeah. What could be kind of cool as well is if when we switch to the replicating player, if the text actually hopped on over to that player.
But does it make sense? Yeah, no, it does, because he also has 10 seconds to move, right?
Yeah. So I just tried to
And that way
copy
you can
paste.
see which one is active and which one's not active.
Yeah, because if we create a text element there, I'm just gonna copy the local transform here and see what that looks like. Yeah, we'd obviously have to like, I think here maybe having 90 could be cool. Potentially.
Why
And
does that look so
doing
different?
mm,
Yeah, because this way I guess it will be easy to tell which player is active. Whereas right
yeah.
now it's just time left. It goes like from 10 to 0, and then it goes from 10 to 0. And just by looking at the time, you won't know which one is the active one.
Yeah.
Whereas this way of communicating, I think, is a cool way of doing it.
Yeah, because if we just get rid of that, you can clearly tell, okay, now my time is over here.
Mhm.
You add that back in when it switches, sets this to just blank.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like the idea of doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is gonna look pretty nice. And like minimalistic, I guess.
Yeah. And maybe adjust it like that.
Um, okay. And what do you think for time? How are we doing? Are we making this game in time? Um,
I think so. I think we can at least have like a decent playable game by the end.
mhm.
Even if we may have to like end up cutting some features, but
Mhm.
I think
Okay.
generally speaking, we're gonna have a pretty good game.
Um, all right. I guess my goal for today, finish. I want to say 90 to 95% of all art.
Yeah,
Um, and then I guess last day will be testing and making levels is what I want to say. That's what I want to do. My goal, because you're gonna be neck deep in writing code, I imagine.
yeah, probably.
Um, and that way, I guess, plus the fact that we can just make levels really easily,
Mm,
without it being like interfering. I could just make prefabs out of them, and that's it.
yeah,
Um, so yeah, that's I guess my plan is to make all of the art today, or 90% of it. Like, there's no reason why I can't go back and make them all tomorrow. But yeah, I guess um, that's the plan
yeah. That
for
sounds
me.
really good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be heading to bed pretty soon. Um,
Okay.
but then when I wake up, which I'm gonna try and wake up pretty early,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try and get this sort of section switching working. Um,
Mm-hmm.
to some degree and see if I can figure out the like a good workflow for the prefab scene stuff,
Mhm.
which I'm probably
Yeah.
gonna do first. Um,
Yeah.
create
I guess that would be
section.
good to figure out before tomorrow.
Yeah. Um,
Cause yeah, I guess we're gonna have to like figure out how animation is gonna work with uh, destroying and like creating a level.
yeah.
I think make an MVP for that at
Yeah.
least. Like,
Probably.
it's a simple. Don't overcomplicate it because you have a lot of stuff on your plate as it is.
Yeah. Like I need to do puzzle mechanics as well.
Yep.
I'm probably gonna actually prioritize that over the animation.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that makes more sense. Like, we can always just destroy stuff if the worst comes to worst.
Yeah. So I'm gonna figure out how we're gonna kind of build up the sections via prefabs and that kind of stuff. Um, and set it up so that you don't actually have to do any real. I basically wanted so you can just plop in whatever prefab scene you want, and you shouldn't have
Mhm.
to assign it to any set of script at all. It should just get picked
Mhm.
up automatically.
Right.
Um,
Cool.
and
Okay.
then I'll create a couple of puzzles. So probably the axe swinging, gonna get that working.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
then
Yeah, I
pressure
guess what I
plates.
can do is, are you heading off now or soon? Because
Uh,
if you're not heading off yet, the first thing I can do is fix the axe model so it's properly rotating and stuff like that.
yeah, I'm probably gonna head to bed like in 15-20 minutes.
Okay. No problem.
But I mean, you can definitely slap that in. I got some stuff that I have to push.
Mhm.
And the thing is, I actually think part of the reason why like the player prefab and that kind of stuff broke was because of just merging the asset registry.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
possible.
think
Yeah.
that could have resulted in some pretty horrendous
Strangely enough,
problems.
I didn't have any. um, Like it merged automatically for me. Like it had no problems merging. There was
Yeah,
nothing. I just accepted all changes and that was it. No,
yeah,
things for me to. Uh, no things for me to fix. So
hmm.
no issues with commits. So I assumed like, oh yeah, we're Gucci, but um, I guess that makes sense. Like, why would it be? We have different assets, and I just took yours, and mine just got added automatically. So
Yeah. Yeah, because when I tried to merge like your kind of asset stuff, it did actually require like a manual merge.
ah yeah,
Yeah, because it was a tiny thing. It basically complained about um a script, but I had to do some manual merging there.
okay. Um,
But
I guess one thing that's um yeah. Uh, sorry, I just got one more thing. Do you want me to have a look for font for the game? Once, I guess simple is what we're going for. So the one that is default kind of fits the simple aesthetic,
yeah, I
but
think
perhaps it's too
that's
uninteresting.
yeah, because I think by default he uses like maybe Roboto or something. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm actually gonna check that real
So if you
quick.
want, I can take a look at it, or if you want, of course, you can
Um,
figure that out as well. Like it's just 1,000 fonts or any fonts or true fonts, whatever.
it uses
Just
Open
depends.
Sans by default, so maybe we should
Uh,
find something a bit better.
yeah.
Like still very simple, but a bit more interesting.
Hmm.
And maybe like
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think
finding
simple, keeping it simple is important.
yeah. And I don't think I think we should go with like a regular font weight as well, not have it
Hmm.
be bold because I do sort of like the way this looks. Although, why did that text get all messed up when it moved? I'm actually gonna, because that's weird. Yeah, what's up with this?
Oh. Oh, wait, but that movement is wrong as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like, look, he's not over the tiles.
I don't think it's the move.
The tiles aren't being spawned correctly. Or something, right?
Yeah, this is what I kind of meant with I'm having some
Oh,
weirdness.
Jan. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. Probably gonna look into that tomorrow. Because that's definitely really weird. I'm guessing it's just something simple with me doing like world space instead or local space instead of world space or something like that. Although they should be identical. Um, but it's probably like this code,
All right.
I suspect.
Well, then, yeah, honestly, I'm pretty excited because I think my workflow is manageable.
Yeah.
Um, I guess what is it? It's well, essentially for every biome, I may need to make like I definitely need one, maybe two. I guess two tiles at least, right?
Yeah.
One for like a killing tile and one for a like a safe tile, and then redesign. So I need to redesign floor tiles.
Yeah, because since we're gonna be using the existing floor tiles as the sandbox tiles.
Well, yeah, but no, that's what I mean. I need to change those
Yeah, like just
to
maybe
look better.
make them a bit darker.
Yeah, yeah, the outlines like bolder and darker.
Yeah.
And then yeah. But basically, I think the actual floor tiles are going to depend on whatever biome we're in, or whatever the biome the puzzle is using.
Yeah.
Um,
Also,
yeah.
Mono started crashing on me whenever I rebuild the game code.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
with the
Um,
debugger.
no, the debugger isn't attached at all. It's
Yeah.
I literally just do control shift B, and like 90% of the time now it crashes. Whereas earlier today and yesterday it didn't.
Oh.
So
And what changed in the engine? The only commit that went in since Jan left was your commit, right? Fixed mesh cooking crash
yeah.
plus a hack fix for the asset manager crash.
Yeah, and
Those
like
are the
I did
that's the
do
only commit.
some scripting stuff, but the thing is it's nothing that touches like reloading or anything like that. It's literally just we're parsing the fields of like parent class. So the player replicator like inherits from player base. We're going to be seeing
Mhm.
level manager entity and movement time in the player replicator's script view, even though they're
Mhm.
part of player base, because that wasn't a thing before. That's all I changed.
Yeah.
So that definitely
Right.
didn't affect anything.
The other thing is, which is what I imagine is, you're using C# in a way that hasn't been used with Hazel before, and so that bug has always been there and just never been exposed, I guess.
I mean, I don't think so because it's like a garbage collection crash. But I mean,
Yeah.
to be honest, virtually anything can make the garbage collector crash.
Anything can make. Yeah.
um, and I think
Anything
I'm
wanna.
reusing a lot of like code that we've written before, but it's possible that because the thing is, Mono doesn't even like tell me why it crashed. It's just saying, "Oh, you crashed." That's it. So it's very
Sucks.
not helpful.
There's no like dump logs or anything that it generates.
The log it generate is assertion should not be reached.
But there's no like physical log file or something like that, and that's being created somewhere.
We do generate a log file. Um, where am I? LD51. No. There it is. Because we do spit out some logs here, but that's for like the debugger, and we can't read it
Right.
right now because it's being locked.
Right, because it's constantly being written to.
Yeah, and like if I stop the application, then I don't think I'm gonna actually get anything useful.
Useful.
Yeah, no, like this.
Maybe after a crash though,
Yeah, no, because like
because
I'm.
that file gets overwritten anyway, right? Every time you launch Hazel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Maybe worth checking. Maybe there'll be some for the after crash.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I
Who
don't know.
knows?
It's weird and it's annoying to deal with Mono at times. Because you can see, like, even
At
Hazel's
times you
log.
mean a lot of the time, right?
Yeah, I mean, every time.
every time, every time you have to deal with mono, it's a pain.
Because you can see, like, it's. I'm pretty sure it's like a threading problem because the Mono garbage collector runs on a separate thread. Because you can see the Hazel log.
Yeah,
Oh,
success.
the log message got cut off mid being
Yeah.
printed.
Yeah, that's more.
And it's about to print success.
And it changes its mind.
Yeah.
And crashes.
Because it's in here. No. Okay. Guess not. It's supposed to be printed somewhere. Hang on. I need to. Because reloading. It's loading debug symbols. So that means it was in like it actually got to That's GC manager, my bad. In script engine, it went from reload assembly into some load function. Probably this one. Meaning it got to this point before it crashed,
Right.
which makes no sense because, well, I mean, it does make sense if it's a multi-threading issue, because it could have been in here as well.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that sucks.
I guess what could possibly be happening is like we're unloading the assembly or reloading the assembly in the middle of it, collecting garbage or something.
Mm.
But I thought we were actually like blocking the main thread while it's doing that. Yeah, we're supposed to be blocking until it's finalized,
Unless-
but
Mhm.
yeah, and it like even says it finished collecting garbage.
GC finished.
So I have no idea what's up with that. That's pretty garbage.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, like, obviously it sucks with Hazel like crashing and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
if it's not anything that will get shipped with the like runtime,
Yeah, no.
like, I guess if it's just the rebuilding of scripts, then we're probably okay. If
Yeah,
it's able to load it once, then we're done.
pretty much.
Considering we're probably not even gonna have scenes like for this game.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'm probably gonna push the stuff I've changed. Even if the script, like the replication script, is a bit glitched at the moment. I think it's fine and it shouldn't be too difficult for me to fix that. Because I don't think even, yeah, I didn't even change any of the actual movement code for it. So I'm wondering if it's just like because of tile stuff, which I guess is possible. But yeah, either way, I don't think it will be too difficult to fix that.
Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds good. I guess you'll be back on in about 8 hours, give or take, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll try to set the alarm for like, I don't know, 9 or 10 p.m. my time. Well, a.m., not p.m. So definitely.
Cool.
Yeah. So good luck to you tonight.
Thank you.
Hopefully
Yeah.
the engine doesn't blow up.
Luckily, I'm not using the engine watch, so
Yeah, that's
just
true.
blend in substance for me, mainly. That's it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out, so.
All right. See you, Peter.
See ya. Bye. Okay, so I'm probably gonna be heading out, like right now, once I commit this, because I'm getting really tired, and it's 1:30 a.m. So, but yeah, thank you all for watching the stream today. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. We should. I'm gonna raid Tim. I'm gonna raid him right now because he deserves it. So, raid Tim. Start raid. All right. Well, thank you all for watching. Hopefully, you can catch the next stream, which is going to be tomorrow. And in the meantime, have a good night. Bye bye.